All right, welcome to the Introduction to Level Design with Unreal Engine. My name is Lucas Haley, and I'll be guiding you through this course. So let's take a look at what we'll be doing. This course is an introduction to level design, and we'll be looking at theory, how level design works and how it operates and its goals. Assessment, we'll be looking at ways of finding out how successful and effective our level designs are. And realization, we'll be creating our own level, both on paper in the ideation stage and in the Unreal Engine editor. So what's not in this course? This course is not an introduction to Unreal Engine. Although we'll be taking it quite slow, we will not be covering the fundamental skills of using Unreal Editor, such things like navigation, panels, basic terms, and how to get around. In addition, it's also not about game design, and we'll explore the differences between game design and level design in a future lesson. And most importantly, this is not the end and be-all of level design. Level design as a discipline incorporates almost everything that you can think of that you want to incorporate. And that includes visual arts, psychology, architecture, lighting, animation, direction. It's a really, really deep field and is constantly evolving. And it offers years of potential exploration and research. Suffice it to say, we won't be able to cover all of level design in this one course. What will we make in this course? Well, ultimately, we'll be making a single prototype level, which includes not only the paper design, but also realizing it as a gray box in Unreal Engine. This also includes documentation of the level, both in terms of our initial ideation, our diagramming, but also collecting feedback and documenting that feedback. This online format is a little tricky with level design because level design ultimately is subjective and involves collecting a lot of data and opinion from your peers and from outside sources. So you will be drawing upon other people, and that could be other people in this course, your friends and family, or outside online communities. But I will be re-emphasizing throughout this course that it's really important to show your work to other people at all stages of the work, because that's the best way to get the best level. So who am I? Well, I started in game development in the late 20th century, and I worked doing animation, game art, and then ultimately started doing game programming and game design. I've been teaching game and level design for over 15 years using a variety of game engines. My personal game favorites include things like StarCraft Brood War, Riven, the Stanley Parable, and of course Counter-Strike. And recently I've been doing a deep dive and getting quite into Fortnite, and especially Fortnite using Unreal Engine with Fortnite, because there's a lot of cool opportunities using UEFN. So that's the course. I hope you're excited, because we're going to get tucked in right now. Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we'll be taking a look at the goals of level design, what we hope to achieve as level designers. First, let's put together a working definition of what we mean by level design. Level design is the process used to create emotionally satisfying atomic experiences using a pre-existing game design. That's quite a mouthful, so let's see if we can unpack that a little bit. First off, let's take a look at the idea of an emotionally satisfying experience. What do we mean by emotions? With games, the principal emotion that we often find ourselves trying to create is simply that of success or victory. And indeed, challenge is one of the primary means we use to create an emotional response. However, in video games, we can also have other emotions. We can have fear, hope, humor, melancholy or sadness, anger, mindfulness, and wonder. These are all the emotions and many more that we have on our palette and we can use as level designers. And indeed, the context in which we create these emotions can be very different. There are games out there that satisfy a quick dopamine rush in a 3-minute break from work. And there are games that take 60 or 70 hours to complete and run the gamut of emotions. Our goal as level designers is to define the emotions we hope to achieve and use design to create them. So what about narratives? You may say that the primary goal of level design is to tell a story. And principally, I agree with you. There are many stories that we can tell, and many of them can be quite profound. And we will be talking about the different ways that level design can leverage narrative. But in my experience, I would argue that narrative is simply another tool that we can use to create that emotional response. And ultimately, that emotional response is what we're hoping to achieve. So let's keep those emotional goals in mind. Next, let's consider the term atomic. What do we mean by an atomic experience? Levels are singular experiences. However, they exist within the context of a greater game. And often, you'll have a level that references everything that's happened before that level, and possibly even those that happen afterwards. And a level must provide an experience unto itself, or there's no reason for that level to exist. So we'll be taking a look at what experiences we can create within the confines of a level, while at the same time keeping in mind that our level exists within the context of a greater game. The last thing I want to point out from our working definition is that levels use a pre-existing game design. Now this is a critical point. As level designers, we generally are not the people who are creating new mechanics. That responsibility lies with game designers. And in the next video, we'll be taking a closer look at the difference between a level designer and a game designer. So we'll see you there. Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we'll be discussing the differences between game design and level design. Now, these terms are often used in conjunction with each other. However, the roles are actually really quite different. And in this video, we'll take a look at some of those differences. A game designer will be creating the abstract systems and mechanics that form the foundation of the game. On the other hand, a level designer will be using those abstract systems and mechanics to create actual levels and experiences. So, whereas game designers will create the potential for fun, level designers realize that fun. Level designers live where the tire meets the road in game development. They're the ones who are creating the actual experiences that the players are engaging in, and they will have direct feedback from those players. Now, for those of you who appreciate analogies, here's a couple for you. You might think of a level designer as being a musician. As a musician, you did not create the fundamental physics that allow sound to be carried over the air, nor did you create the instruments that you're using. However, you are the ones who are creating that individual song, that are choosing the instruments and arrangements to create an emotionally satisfying experience. You then may go on to create another song and another song after that, ultimately assembling a whole album. And in that way, each song becomes an emotional journey unto itself within the context of the greater album. And likewise, if we think of level design as cooking, as the chef, you did not create the idea of proteins, nor did you create the pans and knives that you use to make the food. However, as a level designer, you are in charge of creating a 7-course meal that includes amazing textures and flavors and surprises. So the role of the level designer is quite critical. As a level designer, you are the one who is going to be engaging most closely with the player. In the next video, we'll be taking a look at the different types of levels. Hope to see you there. In this video, we'll be discussing the different types of levels we might encounter as a level designer. Now, there are different types of games that we might be working with, and principally they can be divided up into 2 different types. We might have an abstract game like Tetris, or a themed game like Rocket League. With both those types of games, we might have different levels that we want to design. In this course, we'll be abstracting out those different types of games into 3 primary types: linear levels, open world levels, and multiplayer levels. A linear level might be more goal or mission focused type of level, in which the player is presented with a destination or a goal at the start of the level, and they work through the entire level in the hopes to achieve it. This type of level allows for very focused narratives and much more control from a level designer standpoint. You're able to really define what happens when and how the player can move through that world. We also have open world levels. Open world levels provide many different destinations, perhaps with weighted importance applied to each, but ultimately they allow the player to decide which destination they'd like to accomplish first. By not insisting that a player follows a distinct linear path, we exponentially increase the work that a level designer might have to do, but ultimately it's all in service of the type of level that we want to create. Lastly, we have multiplayer levels. Now, this is a different type of category because you can have a multiplayer level that is a linear level and a multiplayer level that is an open world level. So when we're talking about multiplayer in the context of level design, we're thinking about free-for-all competitive games that are often arena-based, such games like Fortnite or Overwatch. And on the practical side of this course, you'll be able to choose what type of level you want to make. For this practical, we will be providing some guidelines and restrictions to help narrow the focus of the course.
So even though we'll be using Unreal Engine to create a realistic first-person game, that doesn't mean you can't take these same concepts and apply it to whatever type of game or level you might want to make. Abstract, realistic, whatever it is. We'd love to see the work you do. Hi. This video is a quick introduction to the next series of videos in which we'll be taking a closer look at what level design does. So what do we mean by what level design does? Well, we know we want to create an emotional response, but there are different ways that can happen. And in the next sequence of videos, we'll be taking a look at how level design uses narrative, drama, beauty, truth and epiphany, challenge, and ultimately player flow to achieve the emotional responses that we hope for. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be taking a look at how narrative works in the context of games. So, what is narrative? Well, when we talk about narrative, we talk about a story involving characters with individual goals and desires, with relationships that develop as the story progresses. All of your favorite TV shows, movies, and books all have narrative. And a lot of non-abstract games do too, with some titles emphasizing narrative as the primary content of the game. We've all played games with incredible characters and crazy plot twists, have been moved by tragedy or buoyed by success. But games have one special characteristic that differentiates it from all other types of linear media, and that is interactivity. Players expect to be able to have choice in the game and have that choice mean something within the narrative itself. What that means is that instead of a game providing just one narrative, you're expected to be able to provide multiple narratives. And as level designers, it is our responsibility to convey those narratives within the context of the level. What are some of the narratives that have most captured your imagination? What kinds of games are best able to carry an exciting narrative? Later in this course, we'll be taking a look at how to create those narratives ourselves. In this video, we'll take a look at how drama operates in level design. Now, you may think of drama as being the same thing as narrative, perhaps the more serious, heavy-handed side of narrative. But I'd like to argue that they're actually quite different things. That you can have drama without narrative, and you can have narrative without drama, but I wouldn't say that's a very good narrative. So what do we mean by drama? Drama, in this context, is the level of intensity of play. So as you play a level, you might have intensity that rises and falls and changes during gameplay. A level that allows a player to rest a little bit before the next bout of heavy action occurs. That rising and falling of intensity is what drama is. And as such, you can even have drama in an abstract non-narrative game like Tetris, where you might have incomplete levels stacking up and you just aren't getting the right piece to complete them. The music is increasing, the pieces are coming faster and faster, and time is running out. And that's dramatic. That level of intensity amping up and increasing creates that drama. As level designers, you're in control of that intensity. You're able to ratchet up the tension and design exactly where that tension gets released. And later in the course, we'll take a look at how to design and chart the peaks and valleys of intensity in our levels. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about challenge in level design. In the prior video, we spoke a little bit about the importance of providing meaningful choices for players. Well, another way you can engage your player in your level is by offering them challenge. Challenges can come in many different forms. The most obvious is probably manual dexterity, or the player's ability to use the controls to perform actions within the game. For example, that might involve combat or platforming or dealing with tricky timing in one particular stage of your level. But the challenge could also be mental challenge. You could test the player's knowledge or deduction through puzzles or through an understanding of mechanics and strategy. And lastly, you could also challenge the player's emotional understanding, how much they know about human behavior, especially when understanding their opponents. Also, you could have many levels of challenge. all the way from cozy gaming to hardcore. And understanding your player's expectation of challenge within a level is critical in creating what's called player flow. And we'll take a look at that in the next video. Hi, welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about beauty in video games. Now, what do we mean by beauty? Well, in this case, beauty is a quality that appeals to our senses. Video games are a visual medium, and ultimately, they end up being a 2D image on a screen. Those 2D images can leverage all of the elements of traditional 2D visual art, such as shape and form, composition and balance, color contrast, tonal contrast, texture and line quality. And this visual quality can be anywhere on a spectrum from realistic to stylized to totally abstract. And indeed, there are games that make explicit references to historical art styles. For example, Supergiant's Transistor, referencing Art Nouveau, or Studio MDHR's Cuphead, referencing early Disney animation. Clover Studios' Okami references Japanese ukiyo-e and sumi-e art. And Mike Bithel's Thomas Was Alone references Piet Mondrian's Bauhaus modernism. Likewise, there can be beauty in the audio of a game, and that could be all the different sound effects adding up to create an amazing soundscape that makes you feel right in the action. Or it could be the ongoing music throughout the entire video game that controls your emotional response. And indeed, nowadays, you can often find the soundtrack of a video game being sold separately from the video game itself, to be enjoyed away from that video game. Video games can also be metaphysically beautiful, and in the next video, we'll be taking a look at what that means too.
Welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about how levels in games can reveal truths and carry metaphysical beauty. In the prior video, we spoke about aesthetic beauty, and in this video, I'd like to talk a little bit about metaphysical beauty, or the idea that video games and levels can carry greater truths or deeper meaning. Often, those truths can be revealed through epiphany, a new or deeper understanding of the nature of things. So, you might, through playing through a level, have a greater understanding about what it means to be a human. So how can a level create this kind of epiphany? Well, I would argue that it's through providing the player agency in situations that require difficult or meaningful decisions. Through making those decisions, the player has to grapple with the understanding about what those consequences are. And through that, they start to understand a little bit more about themselves or the world we live in. There are some great examples of truths being revealed through level design in video games. Such games as Undertale or Spiritfarer. Doki Doki Literature Club is a great example of revealing hidden truths through gameplay. Games like Shadow of the Colossus or Portal 2 require you to make very difficult decisions about characters and people you might love. And two of my favorites, Papers, Please and Disco Elysium, require the player to grapple with what they value and what they find important in this world. Now, not all games carry this kind of deeper meaning, and it's okay if your levels or games don't. It's totally fine. But keep in mind that the potential for revealing greater truths is built into the medium itself.
Hi, in this video, we'll be talking about flow and what it means to level design. Now, in the last video, we spoke about challenge and how it creates player flow. Well, what do we mean by player flow? Well, player flow is that feeling when you get so absorbed in the task that you're doing, you lose track of time. You're so concentrated on the activity at hand that the world just kind of fades away around you. And that's kind of an optimal situation for our players to be in. So let's try to define flow a little bit better. The first aspect of flow is awareness. It's the player's ability to know what's going on in the game and can understand and predict events, so they don't feel like they're lost all the time or they have no idea what's going on. The second aspect of player flow is clarity of purpose. So the player knows what they're meant to do or what they should be achieving, and they aren't aimlessly wandering around throughout your level without any idea about what the end goal is. The third aspect of player flow is having a tight feedback loop. What this means is that the game is providing all the information the player needs, Whether it's how to move around, how much health they have left, where the treasure might be, all of that information is being conveyed successfully and on time to the player. Now, the last aspect of flow is when player skill is matched with the game challenge. And this is really where the idea of flow takes shape. Let's have a chart here. On the x-axis, we'll have player skill, and on the y-axis, we'll have challenge. Now, when things are too difficult, that line gets very steep. In this zone, the players get frustrated. The challenge is too great for their skill, and they'll often quit because it's just too hard. Now, when things are too easy, that line is too flat. And in this zone, the player gets bored. The level of challenge is not matching their skill, and they feel like they're wasting their time. So what we're looking for is a line through the middle, where the challenge meets the player's skill. Now, this line needn't be straight. You can up the challenge a little bit every now and then, just to keep things hot, or you can pull it back and let the player relax for a little bit. And we'll be talking a little bit more about that type of intensity later on in the course. So, how do you design for this zone? Well, that's kind of the hardest part of level design, and it's the point at which we get the most satisfaction. It requires a deep understanding of both your game and your player. It also requires a fast feedback and iteration loop as you design, so that you know through testing how your level is performing. So, for the rest of the course, we'll be keeping this idea of flow in mind, whether it's increasing the challenge to match player expectations or pulling it back if things seem to be too hard. And we'll do this through that fast iteration loop. We'll try some stuff out, test it, see how it works, and then go back to the drawing table and make revisions as needed. So, we've reached the end of the first lesson of our Introduction to Level Design with Unreal Engine. We've walked through the ways that level design works and the different things that it can hope to achieve. And in the next lesson, we'll be taking a look at the tools that we can use as level designers to achieve those results. I look forward to seeing you then. Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we'll be taking a look at the player engagement loop. Now, one of the many loops that you'll encounter when working in game development is the player engagement loop, or player loop, which is simply the process a player goes through when approaching a challenge, which, as we know, is a fundamental part of game design. The player loop is in 4 steps. The first step is the observe step. This is when the player uses their senses to collect information, upon which they can then make their decisions. So it's important as a level designer to make sure that you're showing all the relevant information to the player so that they can make good decisions. The next step is the planning step, and this is where the player takes that information and makes decisions about how to act. This is the point of player creativity and is very important. There must be multiple choices, or the player might feel railroaded. They need to be able to use their creativity in coming up with a solution that feels unique and amazing to them. The third step is the execute step. This is where the player puts that plan into action, and it relies upon the mechanical ability of the player, how well they can use the controller to be able to execute their plan. Now, from my own personal experience, this is probably the point at which I fail the most, because I don't necessarily have the quickest reactions or know which buttons to push all the time. The fourth step is the react step. After completing or failing in their plan, the player then takes a moment to assess. Have things changed? Did my plan work? Was I able to execute it effectively? What might I need to do differently if I need to do it again? This is very different from observing, which is passive. Reacting is the active synthesis of information, plan, and execution all together and to figure out what has happened and what you can do better. It provides a context to start the loop again. Did I not observe something correctly? Was my plan not appropriate? Or was my mechanical ability not up to the task? Now, each one of these steps might only take a few milliseconds to complete, but they're each important, and different types of games emphasize different steps. So, for example, in a turn-based role-playing game, there might be a lot of observing and planning, and not a lot in terms of executing. In a Guitar Hero style game, there might be a lot of observing and executing, but not necessarily a lot of planning and reacting. and so on. We'll be taking a look at how to visualize and document these steps a little bit later. But for now, as we go forward with our level design, consider how you might give different weights to these steps, how you might emphasize one in one aspect or in one stage of your level, and then switch it around and change it up as you progress. Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about how levels work as a time-based medium. Now, when designing levels, we have to consider them within the context of time, the duration of time it takes for players to complete the level. And when it comes to time, change as the dynamic force that defines the time. And that change is defined itself by contrast. We can go from light to dark, from loud to quiet, from still to busy, from passive to active. And these contrasts can be stark or abrupt, or they can be gradual, but they must exist to create any sort of interest. Examples might be a gradual darkening of tone throughout a level, or a sudden increase in action at the start of a boss fight. And when we talk about these changes in the level design timeline, they are defined by the term beat. This term is taken from movies, but it gets appropriated within game development. Now remember, when we're talking about a beat, we're talking about a change, and that change is defined by contrast. We should also consider the entirety of the level as a series of beats. These series of beats describe the intensity of the level. Beats can have rising or falling intensity. The action can ramp up and cool down. And remember, it's important to consider those contrasts. After a period of intense action, it's always a good idea to give the player some time to relax and recover. We can visualize the level intensity with a beat chart or an intensity chart, with time along the horizontal axis and intensity along the y-axis. And we can plot the rise and fall of action over time. Now, it's important to remember that there's many different types of action, and we'll take a look at what that means later on. And it's also important to remember that when we're designing for multiplayer, often we don't have the same level of granular control over the intensity of a level.
Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about sight, or visuals, as a tool for level designers. One might even argue that visuals is the primary tool that we can use when building video games. It's right there in the name and the medium itself. But we need to unpack that a little bit and explore a little bit about what emotional content can be carried through visuals. Now, ultimately, our screens are a flat 2D projection of color and light, in the exact same way that a film or a painting is a flat 2D projection of color and light. And as such, we as level designers and as artists can draw upon that entire history of art and creation throughout the entire world and use those tools and techniques that have been developed and refined over centuries. But let's take a closer look. First, we can use color. Color automatically carries an emotional response. We have connections with certain colors, and we draw upon meanings from those colors. The red stop sign tells us to stop. A green light tells us to go. We're able to draw upon those color associations to carry meaning in our work. In Alan Wake, for example, we have the mostly cool colors of the cold, wet Pacific Northwest, and points of interest are picked out with reds and warm colors. They draw the attention because there's a contrast between the desaturated cool colors and the pinpoints of warm, bright colors. In the game Journey, we have something similar but kind of turned over. In Journey, the game starts within a warm yellow environment and progresses through many different colors, ending up in a cold blue mountaintop. And throughout the game, you might not notice that change, but it does carry an emotional weight that your subconscious is picking up. If you were to jump from the ending of the game straight back to the start of the game, the jump would be really significant and noticeable. The tricky thing with color is that sometimes the emotional response is cultural. Certain colors that might have associations in one place might have completely different associations in a different place. We can also draw upon color schemes, the way that certain colors work together. You've seen the color wheel, and there are ways of making connections between colors, and these connections are often called color schemes. So you might have a color scheme that's monochromatic, where the colors are being picked from a very, very narrow range along the color wheel. Complementary is when There's colors being picked from opposite ends of the color wheel. A more sophisticated approach to complementary is called a split complementary, where you're not necessarily pulling directly across from the color wheel, but slightly on either side of directly across. There's many different color schemes that have been defined across the ages, and I suggest investigating how you might use these in your own games. Next, we have tone, directly related to color. Tone is the contrast between light and dark. If you think about old black and white films, that's the main tool that they had to use, and they really lent into it when developing genres like noir. In video games and level design, we're able to control light and determine which parts of our world is brightly lit and which parts are dark, and we're able to line up the contrast between the two. The video game Dead Space is a great example of this, where it uses dark and small pinpoints of light to create a moody, spooky atmosphere where things can leap out at any time from the shadows. Next, we have composition. And composition is one of the principles of organization of visual art, and it's composed itself of a couple different elements. The first one is form or shape. The physical shape of something can draw the eye. Something sharp in a field of round would be picked out pretty quickly by the way our brain works and interprets information. The form is often defined by tonal or color contrast, but it carries its own compositional effect on top of those two elements. This is one of the most important compositional elements of video games. Your artists will spend a lot of time on developing a shape language for each game, and you should be working with them to draw upon that information. If we were to look back on that opening scene of Journey with the warm yellows and look at it from a formal standpoint, we can see that there's a lot of soft curves of the hills and a lot of square rectangle shapes. But dominating the horizon is a very, very singular shape of the pyramid. And that pyramid, through its shape, draws our attention and encourages the player to head towards it. And it's also interesting to note the only other triangular shape in the scene is the character itself, which is also highlighted with color. Next, we have proportion, and proportion is related to form and shape. But here the contrast is based upon scale. This can be seen in large landmarks or boss battles. For example, in Shadow of the Colossus, where we are human-sized characters, but our principal obstacles are massive, massive creatures. That contrast in proportion is really powerful. And in the case of Shadow of the Colossus, it's powerful visually, but also emotionally, because as the player, we know we're up against a very, very powerful opponent. We can also use the effect of perspective, where things seem smaller as they recede in space. So when we look at perpendicular lines moving away from us, they naturally converge upon a point, the vanishing point. So long hallways will often create a natural point of compositional focus, where all the lines, the perpendicular lines of that hallway, are all converging on one point. This can be seen very easily when working with interior spaces, where a long hallway naturally draws us towards the end of the hallway. But we can also use those same lines outside to create an element where the perspective draws our eye towards one particular point. Now, you may have heard the term leading lines when talking about level design, the theory being that as level designers, we are controlling this perspectival effect. I'm a little hesitant to call that a real tool, because effectively what we're doing there is we're just leaning on a crutch of how optics work. We can also achieve the same effect, drawing our eye to a particular point, with tonal and color contrast with other pathways as well. With fully 3D environment, we don't have the same level of control over framing as we would in a painting or in film. So perhaps a better analogy would be architecture or sculpture. The player can move around in the space and can turn and look wherever they like. So as a level designer, sometimes we have to force their hand and be able to pinch in certain areas to make sure that the player is looking where we want them to look. Now, we can also more drastically take complete control over the camera and point it wherever we want by using a cutscene, and then we're more reliant upon the more traditional forms of film and linear storytelling. Lastly, we can look at how we can control the player's focus using foreground, midground, and background. This is especially important on side-scrollers, where we can also get cool parallax effects by changing the speed of how those different levels work. And indeed, sometimes with third-person perspective, the foreground is often the character itself. So there's a certain amount of importance and attention being put towards the way the character looks. Next up, we'll take a look at the other element that arguably is more important than sight, sound. We'll see you there.
In this video, we'll be talking about sound and its role in level design. Now, audio and sound shouldn't be underestimated, and there are people who may even argue that over 50% of a game's experience is based upon audio, sound, and music. Those people are often audio designers themselves, but we'll give them that. So, there are two main types of audio in games. There's diegetic audio and non-diegetic audio. Diegetic audio is the audio that happens within the context of the game itself. It's the sound effects that you hear of the world happening as you experience it. So this might mean the wind in the trees. It might mean your footfalls as you walk across gravel. It might mean the sound that your weapon makes as you reload it, or the way an NPC talks. Ultimately, what diegetic audio is doing is providing feedback and information to the player without relying upon visuals. So it tells you what has happened. I've started to walk across a different texture. How much of it has happened? So if I hear lots of bullets being fired, I know I could be in trouble. It could also provide the information about who did it, the way someone speaks, or the way they make sounds as they move. And in 3D games, it could also tell you where it happened. Using 3D spatial audio and good headphones, you can track where to the left or right, forward or backward, a certain sound is emanating from. In addition to providing all this information, it also creates texture. So in the same way that a visual designer might use color combinations and color schemes, audio designers are drawing together disparate elements to make them unified and coherent as a whole. Non-diegetic audio is the audio that happens outside of the game world, outside of the fiction world itself. So this is often the soundtrack, the music that's thumping in the background to keep your adrenaline going. That sound doesn't necessarily happen within the game. Our character doesn't hear that music, but we, as players outside of the game, hear that music. This non-diegetic audio sets the tone and emotion for gameplay in a lot of ways. It's also heard in providing feedback for the in-game user interface when we click on a button. That click is designed and particular to that game. In the same way that visual differences are based upon contrast, audio differences are also based upon contrast. And coming from a film audio background, you might hear the term beats for these changes in audio quality. We're not talking about rhythms, but we're talking about the contrasts between audio qualities. And these can be highly effective. We can foreshadow certain events by drawing upon diegetic audio, the drip of a faucet, the creak of a door. And we can also reinforce when something is done for the player using non-diegetic audio. When we're playing certain games where we collect everything, a certain audio sting tells us that we're done. And indeed, we can create these audio beats for any kind of transition or contrast, be it narrative, emotional, intensity, however it works. The game Outlast, for example, does this really, really well. As a horror game, it provides certain cues as to what might be coming based upon these audio sound effects. And from a traditional music compositional standpoint, you can also use musical themes called leitmotifs to create narrative content. And the game Portal 2 is full of these, where each character and even certain objects have their own musical theme that, when overlapped, bolster the narrative that's happening within the game. Now, as a level designer, you probably won't be creating these sound effects yourself. You'll have an audio designer who takes care of that. But in the same way that we're drawing upon the massive library that our artists are creating, you'll also draw upon this library of audio sounds that your audio designer is creating, and you have to be able to use them effectively. Hi, in this video we'll talk about how video games use touch. Since 1997, with Nintendo's Rumble Pack and Sony's DualShock controller, video game developers have used touch or haptic feedback in presenting information to players. These early controllers used vibration, simple vibration, to convey information about the gameplay to the player through their hands. And these days, almost every console controller has this technology, even the relatively small Nintendo Switch controllers. Modern controllers have also started to use more adaptive controller buttons that change the way they feel based upon gameplay. So a trigger might have a little bit more resistance when there's a certain amount of action going on within the game. And this haptic experience is fun. It's delightful. It engages our bodies in ways that feels perhaps a little bit more real or more immersive than just with sight and sound. So as level designers, how can we use this technology? The primary goal is to provide feedback and information, and it has two principal data points. One, the event, exactly when that event happens. 2, the extent, how long that feedback lasts. This combination creates beats through that vibration or through that feedback. Which events in-game might trigger this feedback, and how can we teach our players what this feedback means? We can have a very small, momentarily quick effect, or we can have a long hit that buzzes for quite a while. At the moment, this is a two-dimensional feature, but I'd be curious to see what comes along in the future. With VR, for example, you have haptic gloves that provide information that makes it feel like you're actually holding something in your hand. And with VR treadmills, it allows a player to run or walk all while staying in one spot. It's certainly going to be exciting to see what types of new haptic feedback will be coming. Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about player understanding and affordances. Now, another tool at our disposal is the fundamental understanding that a player has about life and about the way things work. And we can design our spaces and objects within the level to be able to draw upon that understanding. Some games can be incredibly realistic, while some games create new worlds, new creatures, and entirely new laws of physics. So how do we, as level designers, inform the player about how the world works within our game? The real world does this quite effectively. We know by looking at a handle that we can interact with that handle with our hand. We can grab it, twist it, turn it, or pull it. Likewise, when we see stairs designed to fit the size of our feet and the height of our step, we know we can go up them to a traversable space at a higher elevation. The handle, the stairs, they're all communicating to us about their function through their design. We call this an affordance. So what are affordances? Essentially, affordances are communications from an object to a person. And that communication informs the person about how they can operate upon that object. In addition, affordances also indicate value. The idea that by interacting with this object, the person doing the interaction gets some sort of value from it. And this ties in directly with the gamic idea of having actions and rewards for those actions. So when we have stairs, we know that at the top of those stairs, we know there'll be somewhere new that we can go, something new we can see. We know that behind that door, if we turn that door handle, there'll be something worthwhile. There'll be something of value. Affordances, more often than not, rely upon our embodied and lived experience. We have a basic understanding about how our bodies move and how our bodies can interact with the objects around us. So, for example, we know something that is shaped around the size of our hand is likely to be able to be manipulated by our hands. When we see something with a handle, we can expect to be able to pick it up and move it around. If there are two handles, then maybe we'll need a couple of people. The object is letting us know how it might be very heavy. So how does this work with games? Games often allow for experiences that go well beyond what's possible with life. And so as level designers, we have to be able to communicate what the player can and can't do in that world. We might be able to teleport, walk on walls, or pick up enormous objects. But what if we're only able to walk on certain walls, or pick up certain types of enormous objects, but not others? The classic early example is from Super Mario. There are so many non-normal things going on, and the game has to be able to explain them. Things that pop out of certain kind of bricks, they're usually good things. Certain pipes you can move through into other rooms. So how do we communicate those action potentials to the player? Well, games have been around long enough that there's a sort of baseline understanding, a baseline language that gets used. For example, in first and third person games, level designers might put a little tonal highlight along wall edges that can be climbed over or vaulted over. But there's also the potential for new affordances that you might need to teach players. In the Portal series, you very quickly have to understand the difference between the portals based upon their colors. In Katamari Damacy, you have to be able to move a giant ball to collect objects. How would you convey that affordance? When we start designing our level, we'll review how we can use affordances and use player understanding to be able to communicate goals for the player. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about cognition and having the player think as they play a game. Playing a game is not a passive task. It requires not only physical ability, but also thought. And if you remember back to our lesson about the player engagement loop, planning and reacting, both of those steps involve player thought. So, in what ways can we ask the player to think? Firstly, we can ask them to think by learning the mechanics. They need to understand how things work. What are the player abilities and what are their opponents and obstacles? How does the environment affect the player? And so on. We spoke a little bit about this in the Affordance video. The player will build up a storehouse of this knowledge, which is useful in two ways. One, it allows us as level designers to take shortcuts. If a mechanic or actor is established in an earlier level, we don't need to go over how they operate in subsequent levels. The player knows. But we can also subvert the existing player knowledge, and we'll take a look at that in the mechanics video later. We can also ask the player to think about how they are going to overcome opponents or obstacles. Again, this is the plan part of the player engagement loop, and this is where we ask the players to demonstrate their creativity, to put themselves into the game. So we, as level designers, need to provide opportunities for that creativity. We should allow for different strategies and tactics, for players to be able to demonstrate their skills in planning or execution. We can also ask the players to try to solve puzzles. This might mean applying math or verbal skills, or deductive reasoning, or applying learned knowledge from earlier in the game. Creating a memorable puzzle is truly an art and can take the player on a voyage through solving it. Now, there are some things to consider when drawing upon player cognition. It can sometimes lead to unexpected gating, where a player might not be able to continue the game any further. A puzzle might be too hard, or more likely hasn't provided the correct information to solve. A player might not know they have a particular ability to overcome an opponent, or hasn't considered using it in a new way. And we should also consider diegetic versus non-diegetic information. Diegetic information exists within the fiction of the game. For example, that a scroll of teleportation will take the player back to town. Non-diegetic information exists outside of the fiction of the game. For example, when sodium and chlorine react, it creates a lot of light and heat. While a puzzle that relies upon that information might be cool, as a level designer, we cannot rely upon that information being common knowledge. So with non-diegetic information, we often need to supply it within the game context as well. Challenging the player to think can lead to just a powerful reward as simple mechanical ability. Whether it's puzzles or asking the players to come up with creative new solutions, we should always be engaging the player's brain. Hi. In this video, we'll be talking about level design and narratives. Narratives are a really powerful tool that level designers can use to create engagement and excitement from a player by using incredible plots, detailed characters, and amazing stories. There are several different types of narratives that level designs can make, and I'd like to go through each one. First, we have explicit narratives, and this is when the narrative is clearly presented to the player, either through cutscenes or dialogue, or written texts like journals or in-game books. This form of storytelling has the strongest connection with traditional linear storytelling, like in movies, animation, or books. Explicit narratives like this can be purely linear, like a cutscene where the story unravels without player input, or branching through dialogue trees and player choice. As level designers, we work with the writing team to make sure all the narrative needed in a given level is there and accessible by the player. We can also tell stories through environment and audio cues, and this is called implicit narrative. Through implicit narrative, we can provide information to the player through the environment art and layout, through character design, and through audio design. For example, almost everything we learn about the city of Rapture in the game Bioshock, we learn through details in the world, the statues, the architecture, the way structures have collapsed. Games like Firewatch and The Vanishing of Ethan Carter utilize implicit narrative to carry the game. Implicit narrative engages the deductive side of the player's brains, asking them to pick up on clues and hints to gain a greater understanding of the game world. Games can also use emergent narrative, which is a narrative that's particular to games as it relies upon player choice. Emergent narrative is the story that is created by the game as the player plays the game, specifically those games that do not have an explicit narrative to begin with. Minecraft is the classic example of emergent narrative. It's an open-world game with procedural content, so nothing is predetermined before any given game. Yet through playing, a story emerges, perhaps a story of successfully surviving or a tragic story of not quite making it. Other games like Dwarf Fortress also use emergent narrative as primary gameplay. The role of the level designer is much different when crafting opportunities for emergent narrative. Instead of crafting definite characters, stories, and plots, the level designer defines the parameters for the procedural content to be created. Narrative is a fundamental aspect of game design, and as a level designer, it's your responsibility to make sure you're working with the narrative team to provide a robust narrative throughout the level. When we start creating our own level, we'll be looking for opportunities to add different types of narratives in that level.
Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about game mechanics and how to implement them in compelling ways. In a prior video, we spoke a little bit about the difference between a game designer and a level designer, how a game designer creates mechanics and a level designer implements those mechanics. And how we implement those mechanics is a critical part of how we're level designers. Now, in order to explain this, I'd like to introduce another loop. In a prior video, we spoke about the player engagement loop. Well, in this video, we're going to be talking about the level mechanics loop. The level mechanics loop is a scaffold you can use to structure your levels around mechanics. Using it lets you know that you are allowing your players the opportunity to understand the mechanics before continuing. The first step is instruction. The mechanic is introduced to the player, either explicitly by informing the player that the mechanic exists, or implicitly by placing an obstacle in front of the player and inviting them to create a solution. For example, in a side-scrolling game, you might come across a block, inviting the player to try to jump or climb over it. The next step is practice or play. It's important to give the player opportunities to practice this mechanic and to improve. So add more things to jump over. Have the player try high jumps, long jumps, jumps from a standstill, and jumps while running. Gradually increase the difficulty to keep the player in that flow zone. The third step is mastery. This is where you can test the player's mastery of the mechanic. This might be a boss, but it could also be a passive obstacle or a series of obstacles. Either way, it's the final exam to make sure the player has mastered the mechanic and is ready to move on. Lastly, it's often a good idea to surprise the player by somehow subverting that mechanic. You could present an obstacle that maybe doesn't look like it could be overcome with the same mechanic, but actually can. Or vice versa, an obstacle that looks like it should be able to be overcome by the mechanic, but somehow isn't. You have to make it fair, of course, but the idea is to allow the player success in mastering the mechanic, but also to introduce the next level mechanics loop. And always, it's a good idea to consider pacing with your level designs. With the level mechanics loop, it's important to start slow to allow the player time to improve, and then ramp up the intensity until you get to that mastery stage. Well, that's it for this lesson. We took a look at the different tools that are available as a level designer to create compelling levels. In the next series of videos, we're going to take a quick look at how, as level designers, we can take a look at other level designs and learn from them. We'll see you there.
In this lesson, we'll be talking about the importance of having a critical eye. Level design is a craft, if not an art, and as such, as level designers, we have an obligation to expose ourselves to as much diversity in level design as possible. We should be playing as many games as we can, and having as many experiences in the real world as we can, because who knows where inspiration for the next level design might come from. In engaging with games and level designs, it's important to be aware of the two different modes of engagement, playing versus analyzing a level. Playing a level is important. It's the primary way to experience it. You get the immediacy of the engagement, the emotional connection, and the sense of challenge and reward. But we're also lucky in that we can also watch playthroughs of almost every level of any major or minor game. This is super useful because we can take a detached view of the level, pausing playbacks, seeing areas we might have missed, watching how other players approach the same challenge. In this short series of videos, we'll talk about how to look at levels. Now, the Coursera discussion boards are set up so that you and your peers can discuss different levels and expose each other to new levels that you might never seen before. Now, from my own personal experience, my favorite levels tend to be those that engage you in an emotional level and maybe kind of play around a little bit with the sense of level design itself. So, for example, two of my favorites are Portal's Test Chamber 17, with the weighted companion cube, and basically all of the Stanley Parable, which I consider to be one amazing, fantastic level. So over the next couple of videos, we'll talk a little bit more about different levels and how to look at them. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be taking a look at how to assess the different tools that are being used in a given level. As level designers, we should be starting to develop a built-in habit of assessing levels. And the first step in analyzing and assessing levels is simply to use the list of the tools and outcomes that we've gone through in prior lessons as guides. So we can take a look at a level's use of narrative or aesthetic beauty or how well it balances player flow, and we can analyze all of those outcomes. Now, we can also use ranges within that same rubric. So instead of just checking to see if a level uses puzzles or not, we can start to use a range, how much a level uses puzzles. One level might have a small puzzle at the start, while another might consist entirely of puzzles. By using ranges, we can capture that distinction. I recommend that you use radar charts to illustrate our impressions of levels. Personally, I like this chart because I feel like it visually encapsulates my response better than a horizontal bar chart might. By keeping our metrics in the same positions around the circumference, we can get a quick visual vibe check just by where the density lies on the chart. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be taking a look at how to measure a level. The problem with using our own personal experiences with levels is that it's very subjective. One designer might really love a level and a different one might entirely hate it. And even when in agreement about the quality of a level, it might be for very different reasons. Luckily, with video games, we have ways we can objectively measure a level using data. The primary way we can measure a level is through gameplay metrics. Each studio might have their own way of using data to examine levels, and a lot of those tools are proprietary. But I would like to take a look at two of the most common metrics as examples. The first one is start and completion rates. This is a straightforward metric that measures the ratio between the number of times a player starts a level against how many times a player completes the level. This is probably the easiest way to determine success, but can sometimes be tricky to parse. For example, a level that has high drop-off rates usually indicates that that level is too difficult. Too many players are starting the level and are not able to complete the level. But it also might mean that the level is too boring, that a player just quits, that a player might start the level and not get through it because they are just too bored. As a level designer, you can use this completion rate to fine-tune your levels. You can try making your level more difficult and see by how much your completion rate drops, then pull the difficulty back a bit and see how that changes the rate. Soon you'll get a gut instinct about your games and levels, and exactly where you might want that ratio to lie. Not unreasonably, this is also the top metric used by Mario Maker 2. For any given player design level, one of the main metrics is completion rate. Another way of using in-game metrics is through heat maps. Heat maps are a way of visually representing the activity within your level. By plotting player position at regular intervals during the game, you can generate a map that shows the area in the map that are the most heavily traversed. You can start to visualize and see how players are moving around your map and where problem areas might occur. It might show choke points with high density in a small space. It might also show areas that are not being used by the player at all, either because it's not being noticed or has no interest to the player. You can also record other types of data like firing rates or player speed at a given position. These maps are especially useful in arena-style multiplayer maps where knowing where the action occurs is critical. There are also some post-release ways of determining level success. You can use achievements and badges as a way of marking completion, and those data points can easily be used as a metric for future design. In this video, we'll be talking about metanarrative, or what we remember about levels. Now, earlier we spoke a little bit about the different types of narratives present in video games: explicit, implicit, and emergent. I'd like to add one more to that list: metanarrative. A metanarrative is a story made by playing a game. It's the encounter between game and player and intrinsically requires a person playing that game. It's the story you tell your friends about the game you played the night before, about how you faced certain doom but were able to overcome, or how right at the exact wrong moment your cat jumped up on your lap. It's how you remember the first time you played through your favorite game. Due to its nature, any given game will have a new, unique meta-narrative with every play. Even the same player playing the same game might end up with a very different meta-narrative. We can also see this in the streaming of games. We're not just watching the game itself, we're watching that particular player play that game. And it's the combination that has its own charisma and charm. We might really enjoy one streamer play Fortnite, but get super bored by another. And indeed, some meta-narratives transcend themselves and almost become legend. The playthrough that gave us Leroy Jenkins is the classic example. If a level is super effective, it becomes its own meta-narrative generator. It creates compelling meta-narrative no matter who plays. And that is truly the golden fleece we're all looking for as level designers. In this module, we are introduced to level design. What it means, what are some of its outcomes, what are some of the tools we can use as level designers, and different ways we can start to look at level design. In the next module, we'll start applying some of those skills in practice. Hi, and welcome to Module 2. In this module, we'll be putting our ideas into practice and pen to paper. So in this module, we're going to be creating both a level diagram and a level map, putting some of these ideas into practice that we've learned over the first module. So we'll be sketching out the original idea and then developing it further into more of a full map on 2D paper. Now, throughout this process of sketching, we'll be taking a look at different types of levels, what's unique about those levels and specific about them, and what are some of the unique challenges in designing levels based upon those types of levels. And we're going to be jumping back and forth between introducing a new concept and putting that concept into practice. In the next video, we'll take a look at the design brief in detail. Hi. All right. Welcome to the meat of the thing. This is where we're going to start doing our project. Now, firstly, the most important thing to remember is that this is a highly iterative process. You're not going to get it right in the first go. And it's really important to be able to go and revise and keep editing and improving your levels and your level design and your documentation. It's never a one-stop shop. It's always going to be a case that you should be able to be finding new ways of improving your level. All right, so let's take a look. Firstly, what is the project? Well, we're going to make a level in Unreal Engine. In order to support that, we'll also be making a pacing diagram, a level diagram, a 2D level map, and ultimately an Unreal Engine white box level. And we'll talk a little bit more about what I mean by white box and the expectations that we have in completing that level. Lastly, we're going to back it all up with level design documentation. So we'll be putting together all of our design work and iterative work into a packet, make it nice and tidy. What are the first steps? Well, there are many points of entry for any level design, and the more you do level design, the more you'll find which point of entry is most comfortable for you. For us, what we'll be starting with is the map, is the overall design, and our point of entry is going to be a level diagram. What a level diagram allows us to do is allows us to have a pretty loose process of ideation where we can sketch out stuff, we can figure out what's wrong, what might be right, where we might want to lean into things, or back away from certain concepts. Basically, it allows us to be pretty loose and to make changes as we need with a piece of paper, with a pencil, before we start tucking into the computer. Now, because this is a course, and there isn't necessarily a particular game design that we're working with, we're going to have to apply some nominal guidelines to the project that we're making. We need to limit the scope of our level and what kind of mechanics, what kind of gameplay we're going to have within that level. Within the project document, you'll find certain limitations. For the purposes of this course, it's a pretty good idea to stick with those, but if you feel like it's important to stretch them, then figure out some ways to get some new mechanics in there, feel free to do that. But ultimately, we need to define what our abilities and metrics are pretty tightly before we start doing our level. In addition, we should pick a theme. We should consider some sort of main hook, some main catchy idea that we can use to carry through this level. Now that's going to be up to you, what you want to do. And this catchy idea could be the mechanics, it could be the location, it could be a certain narrative that you want to tell within the context of the level, or certain ideas that you have in terms of pacing or intensity. What kind of level are we making? we're going to be leaning into what Unreal Editor is really, really good at. So we're not going to make an abstract game. So ultimately, this is going to be a game from the first-person standpoint with fairly standard first-person mechanics. Now, we won't be able to squeeze everything that we want into one level. So I'm actually going to demonstrate 2 different levels and kind of jump between them back and forth in order to demonstrate what I want to show. The first one is going to be a single-player linear level, in which a player is going to traverse across an open landscape. There'll be some interiors, but ultimately it's just going to be a landscape with standard mechanics, introducing a new mechanic where the player can swing, either by grappling or by some other rope. We're also going to be making a multiplayer capture the flag level, which will be pitting one team against another team trying to capture a flag and return it to their bases. This level will be introducing a new mechanic of infiltration, where one player is able to sneak into the other player's base and plant some sort of explosive device that will affect all the players within the area. Again, these ideas may not be the most challenging or the most unique ideas, but it's a good starting point for our first level designs. So let's get started. What you're going to need is some sort of way to roughly sketch and plan out both your level diagram and your map. Now for me, I'm going to be using graph paper and pencils and pens because I like the tactileness quality of writing directly onto paper. But if you want to use some sort of tablet or device or even a computer, then feel free to do that too. So let's move on.
Welcome back. In this video, we're going to be talking about level intentions. Now, when we're designing levels, probably the most critical thing that we need to do even before we start doing any designing is understand the context in which the level is sitting. What are the intentions for the level? What are the things that this level needs to be able to accomplish? So we're going to take a look at these things, and we're going to take a look at 3 different things. We're going to look at narrative, mechanics, and pacing. All right, so in terms of narrative, clearly the most important thing that we need to understand is what has happened before this level in terms of the narrative. What story has been told already? Then we need to figure out what story needs to be told in this level. Which parts of the narrative do we need to cover in order for this level to succeed in the context of the whole game? And then lastly, what happens next? What do we need to set up? What do we need to make a preamble for so the following levels make more sense? Another good thing to do is to be aware of any cool opportunities that might come up through designing the level that you can bring to your narrative team and say like, hey, this came up, maybe we can integrate it. Now from the levels we're going to make, our linear level will have a player working its way towards the abbey after descending into the valley and moving across the treacherous terrain. But before they do, they're going to have a narrative interaction with the guards in the guardhouse, in which they're going to discover a little bit more about where they're going and why they're going to end up at this boss fight at the abbey. So there's some narrative we need to take care of right at the start of the level, and a little bit more narrative as we move through the level. We're also going to have this other secondary destination, which is the lakeside, which will open up a new narrative and allow for a side quest for the player to go on before they continue back on the main narrative, if they ever decide to continue back on the main narrative. Our multiplayer level doesn't necessarily need to have a narrative, as it's intended to be more of an arena-style multiplayer capture the flags type of game. All right, in terms of mechanics, probably the most important thing to understand about the level intentions is how much explanation of new mechanics do you need to do within this level? Effectively, is this level more of a narrative level or more of a tutorial level? And there might be a delicate mix between the two of those that you really have to pay attention to. For any new mechanics, there will need to be some instruction built in to the level, whether that's very subtle or very obvious. You need to have certain ways that you're describing to the player what these mechanics are and how they might want to use them. So usually you'll end up with a list of the mechanics that you need to introduce, and you'll start figuring out ways of introducing those mechanics within the context of the level. Next up, you have pacing and intensity. And we've already spoken about pacing and intensity within the context of one level, and of course we're going to consider that as we go through this level. But it's also a really good idea to pay attention to the pacing and intensity that's happened before this and what might happen after this. Because the last thing you want to have is a series of levels that are very, very high intensity all the way without some sort of break in there. So you might change from a high intensity combat level to a more lower intensity exploration level before switching back to another high intensity combat level. So good levels not only vary the pace of action throughout the level itself, but they're also aware of how that level sits within the context of the entire game and are working with the intensity of the entire game. With our sample linear level, we'll be building the intensity as the player progresses, with a couple minor significant challenges ending up with a boss fight at the temple. So by starting with a piece of narrative dialogue, it kind of lowers the intensity a little bit from the prior level and allows the player to rest up. The viewpoint will be able to show the player exactly what's coming up over the next level, and across that level, we'll be able to build up the intensity until they reach that boss fight at the end. And for a multiplayer level, let's say we're going to introduce a new mechanic, infiltration, which is kind of more of a stealthy kind of action. Maybe it will allow the player to plant a bomb in the opposing base as part of their potential goals that they could do. So the effect that we might be hoping for is for more of a stealth, sneaky, as opposed to a very high intensity action scenario. And perhaps taking a look at potential opportunities, this hopefully will add an extra level of brief, super high intensity as the player sets the bomb and the timer starts to go down and every other player realizes exactly what's going on. So in the next video, we're going to start to piece together what this level might look like using a level diagram.
Hi, in this lesson we'll be looking at level shaping. So levels have a shape, they have a topology, they have an architecture, they have a physical shape that usually you can move around in, as either a 2D character or a 3D character, you're traversing inside of the space. So we need a way in our level design to start designing that space, and we need a way to iterate quickly through it. So in this video, we'll be taking a look at two different ways that we can start to design our levels. The most obvious way is to use a map, and later in the lesson we will be making a map. And they're pretty straightforward. They are a topologically and proportionally accurate representation of the shape of our level. Sometimes they're top-down, sometimes they're side-on, sometimes they're isometric, depending on what you're trying to represent and what style of game you have. And we will be using this map that we create as a template once we start creating our level in Unreal. So it is intended to be an accurate representation of the level itself. But designing a map is a lot of work, and we need to be able to quickly iterate before doing all that work. So the other type of tool we're going to use is called a level diagram. And a diagram is a not proportionally accurate but topologically accurate map. So in terms of a difference between a diagram and a map is both topologically and proportionally accurate, so you're actually representing in proportion these spaces. A diagram, on the other hand, is often just a node-based representation of the topology, where one node connects to another node, and usually it's accompanied by notes, descriptions, and other annotations. A classic example of the difference between a diagram and a map is the London Underground map. It shows a representation of the routes that you can take using the London Underground, but it's not at all representative of the actual distances between those stations. So we're going to create a level diagram first. Because they're more simple to create, we'll be able to erase them, redo them, move stuff around, and just be able to iterate through our idea and try to get our best idea possible before we then move on to creating the map itself. So we're going to start with some nodes, we're going to connect pathways, and then we'll add layers and notes and sort of abstract zones and annotate as much as we can about the diagram before we move on to the map. Now it's also a good idea with this level diagram to align it with the narrative diagram. So if you have a narrative diagram, you should be able to associate it fairly well with the level diagram. All right, so what we'll need is we'll need a piece of paper, hopefully graph paper, some pens, pencils. If they're colored, that's even better because then you can make different styles of annotations, and we'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at basic pathing, which consists mainly of two things, branches and pinches. So let's start with the concept of the branch. The branch is probably the most simple way that we can add interest to a given level. And on its fundamental basis, what we're doing is that we're offering the player a choice to either go to one point or to another point. And there's many different ways that we can present these choices, but ultimately we are providing a choice between point A or point B. So how does this look like on a diagram? So if this is our starting point here, and we're going to call this point A, we might offer one destination over here. We're going to call this point B, and a pretty clear route between the two of them. Now what a branch does is that a branch offers a third point to go to. We're going to call this C over here. Now at this point right here, a player gets to choose whether they're going to go to point B or point C. And as we talked about before, choice is the fundamental action of playing a game, so it's usually a good idea to provide as many choices as we can within the context of the game itself. Now, the principal problem that we have with providing choice and with branches like this is that every time that we do, we need to create all new content. And so very quickly, the amount of content that we need to create expands exponentially to the point that we really have to be careful about how many choices that we give. Conversely, we also have pinches, which are kind of the mirror image of a branch. And a pinch is when multiple pathways merge into one. So, in this case, we might have starting points A and starting point B. And they might merge together to get to ending point C. So by using pinches, we achieve several different things. Principally, we provide for a way to reduce that scope back down. So whereas prior to in our branches, we had more content that we need to create, a pinch reduces that content by forcing the player into one particular result. This provides for more narrative control. It provides for more scope control because we don't need to create as much content as we would normally do. And it allows the level designer to force an encounter or limit the scope of an encounter. Additionally, it might provide the level designer an opportunity to force a viewpoint. And we spoke about this a little bit earlier before in terms of vistas. So by forcing the character into one particular point, we can then force the character to look at a particular area, which might be important because it might provide critical elements to our narrative or contextual clues. The downside for a pinch is, of course, that we're kind of forcing the player into a particular place. We're reducing the amount of choice that the player has. And every time that we reduce the amount of choice, we effectively kind of reduce the enjoyment or the possibility of enjoyment from that player. So in our level, we're going to start down here. And we're going to call this the guardhouse. This is where the player is going to start the level. Now we're going to end up over here. And we're going to call this, let's call this the Abbey. So effectively, the player is going to be going from the guardhouse to the Abbey, and that's the narrative destination for our level. So let's say we wanted to add a split on this. Let's say we wanted to add a branch to this. So over here, for example, I'm going to put the lakeside. So as the player progresses, ultimately we might end up at the Abbey, but we're going to provide a choice for the player to also choose to end up at the lakeside. Either way, from this guardhouse, what I'm going to do is we're going to provide a vista that will allow the player to see the Abbey from the guardhouse, but additionally they'll be able to see the lakeside. And so that way we're presenting that choice very clearly to the player, like you could end up over here, and we'll use a special visual language. The Abbey is probably going to be some sort of tower, rectangle shape, or possibly a cylinder, versus the lakeside, which is going to be more of a dip-down shape, where the lake is more flat between, say, two hills. And so from a visual standpoint, there's a distinction between these two destinations where they're going to end up as. In addition, we're also going to create a pinch, but we're going to add that pinch a little bit later on once we have a little bit more of the flow of this level set out. All right, so now it's your turn. Grab your piece of paper, start jotting down some ideas, doing some sketching. Feel free to try it more than once. Usually you don't necessarily get the best ideas in the first go. but set up at least one source, at least one destination. You might want to try having 2 different destinations so you can try a branch and see kind of what comes out. And we're going to continue to add on this and develop this as we go. Welcome back. So we have destinations. We've got simple ways of getting there, but we wouldn't be very much of a level designer if we just left it at that. Let's make it a little bit more interesting and let's start changing up the route. And there are 3 principal ways we're going to do that: through parallels, misdirects, and loops. Let's take a look. Okay, so the first way we're going to change these things up is we're going to have what's called a parallel. And a parallel kind of looks like this. If we have our starting point here, our A, and our destination here, B, what a parallel is that it's when the level designer provides one way to get from A to B, but then an additional way to also get from A to B that's different, but follows along the same trajectory. So there's a couple different ways that these 2 different paths can be different. They can be different based upon ecosystem or biome. So you might have one that's more higher elevation, it's a little drier, and one that's lower elevation. Perhaps it's colder down the bottom there, but effectively it's the same path from A to B. Another way you can use it is by changing the type of gameplay that progresses from each path. So, for example, the lower one might involve swimming. For example, you might be swimming through this path, and you might be going along a cliffside on the upper path. But effectively, you get from one point to the other point along the same route with slightly different variations along the way. This is usually most effective when you can actually see the 2 different paths in the onset, and often you can continue to see the different path, the path that you haven't taken, as you progress along the path that you choose. And usually, you know that each path will end up in the same spot. So these are our parallels. Next up, we've got a misdirect. And misdirect is one of my favorite ways of adding interest and changing up our pathing. A misdirect is when you start with your starting point and your destination point. And usually up until right at the very last possible moment, the player has an expectation of the manner and the gameplay that will take them from A to B. What a misdirect does is that it stops what would normally be the gameplay from point A to point B, and instead sends the player along an entirely different route to get to B. So you misdirect the player in terms of their expectations about getting from here to here using this straightforward route, and instead you cut it off and you say, actually take a look around, and the player will have to find an alternative route to get to that final destination point. Now these are particularly useful because it surprises the player. It sort of grabs the player and shakes them out of what might be their expectations for the level. It engages them and asks them to change the way they're thinking. Often what you'll find is that the gameplay itself, the style of gameplay, will change between this one path and the second misdirect path. So this is our misdirect. Lastly, we have a loop. And a loop is pretty straightforward. A loop is a path that leaves from one point and loops right back to that same point. Now these loops can be on a macro or a micro level scale. So on the macro level, for example, your entire level might be in a giant loop. So you might progress through multiple modes of terrain and end up right back at the start where you were at the very start of the level. And you will experience a whole bunch of stuff along the way and you end up back there. There are some levels in Uncharted, for example, that are very much like this, that you progress in and you loop out and you end up back at the start at the same starting point as when you started. It could also be on a micro level where within any given level you might have a little loop that asks the player to engage with something over here, for example, and that might be narrative, it might be some sort of gamic experience, but then it brings it back and allows the player to keep going. Now usually with the loop, you'll mix it up with other different pathways. So if you have, like on a micro level loop, if you have a smaller loop here, that loops it right back again, there might be a different path over here that ends up going to a particular destination. Just so you give the player the opportunity to experience all within this loop that the gameplay has to offer, but it also kind of progresses to a new point further along in the narrative. All right, so let's apply some of these change of routes to our sample level here. Now at the moment we just have this layout, which is just a simple branching path. And I'm going to redraw this so we can kind of give it a little bit more structure as we go. So we start with our guardhouse down here. And we're going to end up here at our abbey. And then we additionally, over here, have our lakeside, which if you remember, we have a branch right about here between the two of them. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a parallel right about here before this branch and before we get to the abbey. And what I'm going to do with this parallel is we're going to offer two different types of gameplay between either one of these, and we'll be able to see both of these. So I might lean on that idea that this lower one might be in water, it might be along a river. So there might be a river that passes here, so there might be a riverside here. If I could spell river. And this might be a cliff face. And what I'm going to do is that through opponents and challenges, we're going to make a different kind of experience. So by the time the player gets to here, they'll be able to see whether I can go down here to the riverside or I can go along the cliff face, depending on the kind of gameplay that I enjoy and hope to achieve success with. Next up, we're going to add a misdirect. And misdirects are particularly useful and successful towards the end of the level. Where we have the player built up their expectations, and then we're going to give it a little twist right there. So I'm going to put that little block right there, that gate, and this is going to be our misdirect. It might be, for example, that going to the abbey is a drawbridge or a bridge, and that bridge is out. So we expect it to come around the corner, and there's the bridge, but it's fallen down or the drawbridge is up. So instead, the player has to look around and check out what's around, and they'll discover this other pathway that leads them on a merry chase down through here and eventually back to the abbey. Lastly, we're going to put a loop. And I think I'm going to put the loop over here around the lake. So for example, it might go around the lake like this, either way. And that's going to be our loop. The player will be able to walk around the little lake. Maybe they'll experience something here on the far side, but otherwise that's the whole intention of that loop. So again, we've got our parallel here. We have our misdirect here. And we have our loop here. All right, now it's your turn again. So grab your design and let's start finding ways where we can start adding some interest and changing up those routes. See if you could throw some parallels in there to offer different ways for the player to approach the destinations. Throw a misdirect in there. Those are always interesting. Again, my personal favorites. And see if you can throw a loop in there. Loops are a great way of adding more content while reusing the same assets and material. And it gives you an opportunity to throw some new narrative in there or throw a different type of gameplay in there. Again, you're going to erase stuff. Feel free to erase stuff. Feel free to redo it again. Try to get as much interest you can out of this original sketch that you're doing here. All right, so hopefully you're starting to have something that's starting to feel a little bit more like a level. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit more interest and a little bit more complexity, but we're not going to change the overall topology of the level. We're not going to add new pathing. We're not going to add new destinations. We're going to use 3 different techniques just to add a little bit more interest to the existing topology that we have. So we're going to use sidetracks, backtracks, and pockets. Okay, so we're going to start with the sidetrack. And what a sidetrack is is if you have your main path from point A to point B, a sidetrack comes off that path and then rejoins it a little bit later on. Now, this isn't a branch. It doesn't end up in a separate destination. All it does is kind of go off the main path that you're taking, a little divergent, and then comes back and rejoins it. So why would you do this? Well, firstly, a sidetrack provides a little bit more depth, a little bit more realism to your level. It's pretty rare in real life to have a path that goes directly from point A to point B. Usually there'll be some divergence here and there, a column, an example might be a column in the way, or kind of going into a side path and then coming back and rejoining it. But in addition, it also allows us to have little moments of perhaps narrative complexity, or a point of narrative that happens off on the side path here. That again adds depth, realism, and complexity to the level itself. So this is your sidetrack. Next up, you've got something similar, and this is the backtrack. So again, we're going to start with point A, going to point B. Now, the difference between the sidetrack and the backtrack is that a backtrack leaves the path but doesn't rejoin it. It ends off the main path. So what you'll end up with is a dead end that the player will have to reach and then come back again, join the main path, and continue on the route. Now, you'll probably find these most often in mazes, for example, where every other path that isn't the successful completing path is going to end up most likely in a dead end. But in other level examples, you might have small paths that might lead down an alley, for example. And again, this is another opportunity for some narrative exploration, or a little point of gameplay, or perhaps with the backtrack, you might find pickups or collectibles hidden down off the side. So this is your backtrack. Lastly, you've got your pocket. And again, if we're going from point A to point B, a pocket is kind of like just a little blip along the way. It's just a little thing off to the side that you might not even notice. But again, it's another opportunity to have a little bit of possibly some narrative, but most likely some things to explore and possibly pick up. A great example might be if you're along a canyon path, for example, there might be a point in which there's just a little bit of a divot that as the player progresses down the canyon, if they're not paying attention, they're not going to look around and see what's there. But if they are, then they get rewarded by perhaps a collectible or some ammunition or a health pack hidden around the corner. So again, it's not a complete backtrack. It's not a sidetrack. It's just a little pocket off to the side. So this is your pocket. Okay, so let's add some of these ways of increasing interests to our sample diagram here. To start off with, we're going to have some sidetracks. And I'm going to probably put the sidetracks up here, just little bits that kind of tuck off to the side here. That as the player moves through what is perhaps a very complicated area, movement area, traversal area, then there are these interesting parts where they can pull off and again, rejoin that same main path, but are looking at different ways of doing it. So we have our sidetracks here. Now in terms of our backtrack, I'm going to place my backtrack right about here. And what this is going to be is that this is going to be just a little hidden area. That as the player moves from the guardhouse towards their destination, if they're not looking around, if they're not paying attention, they might not see that hidden area. But if they are, then that's great. And these backtracks are especially useful for people who are completionists, who like to find 100% of all the little hidden treasures and secrets a level might have. So we're going to put a little hidden area right about there. Now in terms of pockets are pretty small, so we're just going to probably put a couple here and there throughout the entire level, just to kind of add some interest every now and then. But they're not necessarily going to fit on our diagram, principally because they're just too small and too minor to really be included in our diagram. Again, these types of techniques don't change the topology of your level, but they do add opportunities for more interest and more complexity, especially for pickups and collectibles, nice little places to hide those, narrative opportunities, a little bit of gameplay opportunities, and especially for those people who play as completionists, who really want to find out 100% of that level. Adding these little nooks and crannies and these little details gives them something to look forward to and something to try and seek out. So it's your turn again. Grab your design, start looking for these opportunities that you might want to add these points of interest. And again, feel free to erase, feel free to change up, feel free to start over again. And we're going to start to move on with the next ideas coming up. All right, welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about enclosures and cover. First off, enclosures. Enclosures are kind of the opposite of vistas. They're moments in which the destinations are obfuscated, where you enter an interior space, for example, and you can no longer see that end goal that you're looking at. In addition, it allows you to, as a level designer, change the pace of gameplay. It might be a place of relative safety where you are out of harm's reach, or it might be a place where the intensity gets ramped up, because in an enclosed space, combat gets much more tricky. In an enclosed space, we also have the opportunity to provide narrative in a more controlled environment. By hiding our destination, we're kind of playing a magic trick with our players, where we are distracting them momentarily by offering them maybe a couple challenges, maybe some puzzles, and let them push that final destination to their back of their mind just slightly, because then when they do leave that enclosure and they see that final destination again, then they're reminded and they get excited about progressing further in their journey. So in your level, make sure you're considering these contrasts, where you might have a wide open vista that shows the entire world ahead of you, but then as you drop down into a building, perhaps into an enclosed valley, you're limiting that vista and you're bringing the player experience into a smaller world, where they get to focus on smaller challenges, or at least more intimate challenges. Next up, we have cover. Depending on the style of the game, you may have cover. And cover is the idea that there are elements within the level that provide protection to the player, from projectiles, from anything else that might be going on. For certain types of game, cover is really, really important. You have to know exactly where to place cover so that it performs what it needs to do, provide cover, in effective ways. Cover also allows movement from enclosure to enclosure, or from spot to spot. It's a small moment of temporary safety. But as you use cover, it's critical to know your metrics. How does combat work? How do projectiles work? What are the opponents like? And lastly, you need to know about buffers. Buffers are the idea that when you have a metric for cover, for example, but this also works for things like jumping and mantling, that the player learns that there's a certain height, for example, that provides full cover, or a certain height that provides half cover. And they should be able to recognize within the world which particular objects will allow for full cover or will allow for half cover. And it's very, very important when you design your world that you don't put anything in between those two sizes. Because what that does is confuse the player as to whether that object is going to be half cover or full cover, or perhaps no cover at all. So we provide buffers to our size of our cover. If something is half cover, then it needs to fit within that half cover metric. It can't be slightly above it, it can't be slightly below it. If something provides full cover, it needs to fit into that metric of full cover. Again, it can't be slightly higher, it can't be slightly lower. Because our players are smart and they can recognize those metrics very, very soon after playing. And if we confuse them, then they won't have a satisfying game experience. So let's take a look at our level and see if there's any opportunities for enclosures or covers. All right, so let's talk about enclosures in our example level here. So it's mostly outdoors, so we're not necessarily going to have a whole lot of enclosures, but we do know there's going to be an interior here in the guardhouse. So they're going to start inside or possibly just outside, and they're going to step inside. And that will add some impact as they go from a tight enclosed space to this vista here. In addition, on the other side, we do have an enclosure here with our boss level. So they're going to progress this entire way and then finally come into this tighter area here and have a much more enclosed space here for that final boss fight. In addition, we spoke a little bit about having perhaps something over here with this puzzle that's possibly another enclosed space. So those are the sort of like constructed enclosed spaces. However, we can also treat some other spaces as a bit of an enclosed space as well. So this area right here against our cliff face is going to feel a little bit like an enclosure as well. In addition, this cliff face here, and perhaps even this riverside that's hidden by the cliff face, will also feel slightly like an enclosure. Not entirely, but it will have that sense of being enclosed. We're not going to talk a lot about cover because at this moment the cover is going to be much more granular and doesn't need to be on the diagram itself. So this kind of wraps up what the enclosures for our sample map is going to look like. All right, again, you know where you're at. Take a look at your own level and see if there's any opportunities for enclosure or cover that you might want to play around with. You might want to change your map a little bit to make sure that you have those senses of enclosures. Enclosures, again, they don't need to be interiors. It's often useful if they are, but you can change the environment to make it feel a little bit more enclosed, and that could be just as effective. Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we're going to take a look at gating. If you remember from the last video, an unobstructed path is a boring path, and we don't want boring in our game. So, let's take a look at the different ways that we can gate or obstruct the player's progress. The first type of gating that we can have is a key or an item or an inventory gate. And this is the most simple type of gate and probably the most obvious one, in which a door, a bridge, or some sort of force field can only be opened if the player has a certain item in their inventory, effectively a key, but it doesn't need to be a key. It could be a magic stone, it could be a type of sword, it could be a key card or a data card. And quite simply, it blocks the player from progressing unless they have that. Now, the tricky part about an inventory gate is making sure that the player knows that there is a piece of inventory that they need to open that gate. So you need to prep the player that they will need to have this object in order to progress. Sometimes things can go a bit wrong, especially when a player is unable to associate the door or the gate with any item that they have in their inventory. And sometimes it can go wrong when the order in which they approach these two items gets disrupted. So they might hit the door first without having the key, or they might get the key without knowing that it's going to be unlocking a gate later on. Now you can approach it from either direction. You can have the player get the key, and especially if it is a key or something that is obviously used as a key in the game, and they'll probably hold on to it knowing that it's going to unlock something later on. Or you can have them hit the door first and then realize that they need to find something in order to open that door. The second approach possibly can end up being a little bit more frustrating because it requires the player to go back and try to find out what item it is that they need in order to open that. But it does force the player into finding a little bit more about the level and exploring. And perhaps it's a little bit more rewarding when they do find that key and they come back and they're able to open that door. So it's important to convey the connection between the key and the door, and to understand that one operates on the other and allows the player to keep moving. Our next gate is an exploration gate, and this is simply asking the player to make sure that they look around as much as possible. So it might be the case that you have an open world level and they don't quite know where they need to go next. That's sort of a gate. It's stopping them from progressing in the narrative. An exploration gate asks the player to make sure that they're exploring everywhere because they might not have hit one particular place. That is the gate in order to move on to the next point of narrative. So an exploration gate asks the player to explore, to make sure that they're looking around as much as possible. Next, we have a skill gate. And a skill gate is based upon the player's skill, not the character's abilities, but the player's skill. So what it means is that the player will be unable to progress unless they are good enough at playing the game to get past whatever the obstruction is. Usually you'll find these skill gates to be a combat where they need to beat a boss, for example, and they need to use all of their skills that they've learned in order to beat the boss. But it could also be a platforming type of experience where they have to be good enough to be able to dodge the swinging axes and jump over the platforms to get to the end of the sequence. So a skill gate is a gate that asks the player to demonstrate the skill that they've learned. Next, we have an ability gate. And conversely to a skill gate, an ability gate depends on an ability that the character has, not the player. So for example, at the start of the game, a character might not be able to do a double jump. And because they can't do this double jump, they won't be able to pass this particular area. And it might be the case that as they play the game, they suddenly learn how to do a double jump, and then they're able to go back to this section and double jump past it. These abilities are dependent upon the character's abilities and could also be used with characters' items. So, for example, a character might not at the start of the game have a grappling hook, but throughout the progress of the game, they get the grappling hook and they're able to go and climb up the wall and proceed to the next area of narrative and experience. So an ability gate is based upon the character's ability, not the player's skill. Next, we have a puzzle gate. A puzzle gate is fairly straightforward. It stops the players from progressing unless they're able to solve the puzzle. And games like Myst and Riven are entirely based upon puzzle gates. Usually these puzzles can be solved as you reach them and figure them out. Conversely, we also have a knowledge gate. And a knowledge gate stops the player from progressing unless they have a particular piece of knowledge before they reach that. So whereas a puzzle can usually be solved when you get there, a knowledge gate needs to have information before they get there. So a classic example of this would be to know the combination of the lock that's sealing the door shut. So they might be given this knowledge in a prior level, and then when they get to this gate, they use that knowledge in order to progress, to open the door and progress further on. So again, a knowledge gate relies upon knowledge. There's no way you can just figure out what the combination of the door lock is. You need to have that prior existing knowledge. Now there's two types of knowledge that we could be working with here: diegetic knowledge and non-diegetic knowledge. Diegetic knowledge is the knowledge that is within the game. So for example, if they find a piece of paper that has the combination on it, then they know that that's the combination to open up the combination lock. Non-diegetic knowledge relies upon the knowledge that the player has. So the player might know something about the way the world works, or history, or who knows, quantum physics, that allows them to progress through this gate. Next up, we have a narrative gate. And the narrative gate is simply that the player must experience a certain narrative before they're able to progress. Cutscenes are a very, very basic form of narrative gate. They need to experience this narrative before they're able to progress. Now, a lot of places will let you skip through a cutscene, but it at least forces you to know that there's information, that there's narrative there that you should be experiencing that you're choosing not to. Other narrative gates include dialogue trees. So in order to get past a guard, for example, you might need to go through a complex emotional connection with this character in order to get the guard to let you through and progress through the narrative. Next up, we have a time gate. And there's two different types of time gates. You can have a time gate that relies upon having a certain amount of time be elapsed before you can progress, or it might be an absolute time gate in which you can only progress when it's this particular time, high noon, midnight, on a full moon, whatever the example is, at that particular time, that's when you can progress through the gate. And again, it could be diegetic or non-diegetic time. Diegetic time would be full moon within the game cycle. Non-diegetic time would mean it's February 13th on 2025, and that's the only day that you can progress through this game. Next up, you have an emotional gate. An emotional gate asks the player to experience or confront their emotions in order to pass through this gate. This is probably the most subtle of gating and probably the most difficult to pull off. Principally because up until that point, you have to be able to control the player's emotional connection to the game. The classic example of this is with the weighted companion cube in Portal 2, in which you have to confront your own connection to this object to be able to progress. Lastly, we have a success gate, and the success gate is simply that you've succeeded in something before you can continue. So these might be the very last section of the game in which you've defeated the boss, and because you've defeated the boss, then you're able to open up these other areas. Now, conversely to gates, we also have shortcuts, which are often the result of gating. A shortcut is when the level changes based upon an opening or closing of a gate. A classic example of this is with skill gates, where if you have progressed and demonstrated player skill through that platform puzzle or through defeating the boss, you shouldn't have to continue to do that every time you experience that area. So by opening that skill gate, it creates a shortcut through which the player is able to skip that area and kind of keep going if they do need to come back and forth. Now, using these is really, really wise, because the last thing you want to do is force a player to keep demonstrating the same skill gate over and over again. It'll quickly become boring, and the players will get frustrated. So keep a lookout for any skill gates that might be out there, and see if you need to have a shortcut to allow the player, once they have opened that gate, to skip past that gate. Related to this, we also have valves. A valve is when a gate operates in only one direction and not in the other direction. So for example, you might be able to pass through a door unobstructed, but when you try to come back, then it's locked and you need to have that piece of inventory in order to open it. So a valve forces the player to either figure out what that gate is, and once they do, they're able to come back, or it forces the player to go through that gate, and because the gate closes behind them, they're unable to return back to when they came. Like shortcuts, you have to make sure you know the best place to use a valve. The last thing you want to do is valve an area in which the player can no longer return to, but they still haven't finished or completed that area. All right, so let's find some opportunities for some gating and some valving in our example level here. Now, we're not going to be able to put all of them in here. The level is just too small, but we hopefully will be able to demonstrate several of them and kind of see how it works. Now, the first gate that I want to put in is right here, and it's going to be a narrative gate. So what's going to happen is that as the player enters the guardhouse, they're going to have to talk to the guards. They're going to have to figure out what's going on. Possibly they'll need to have some emotional or puzzle-like response in order to get past the guards in order to progress to the Abbey. Perhaps the narrative here is that the guards are providing knowledge that gets used later on in the map to clear another gate. So we're going to have our narrative gate right there. Next up, I'm quite curious to see if I could fit in an inventory gate here. So as the players reach the misdirect and realize they won't be able to cross here, they'll look around and there might be another possibility to move off to the side here, but they're going to need something in their inventory in order to pass through that. So we're going to have an inventory gate here. Haven't quite resolved where they're going to pick that item up, if they already have that item or if it gets collected in this area. We'll figure that out as we go. Next up, we're going to do an ability gate. So the ability gate is going to be through here. So we're going to want the player to be able to do something or have an item here that allows them to traverse this area. So that might be having a grappling hook or perhaps some double jump that allows them to kind of progress through what is perhaps a challenging traversal right there. So this is going to be a character ability that they use throughout that misdirect right there. And next up, we're going to have a skill gate in our boss. So our boss is going to be in the Abbey, so we're going to be testing the player's skill. Hopefully we've taught them what they need to learn by the time they reach the boss, and that boss is the final test to see if they're able to really use their skills to maximize their success. And lastly, perhaps we might, somewhere around here, and I'm not quite sure, perhaps we'll have a puzzle gate around here too, that they need to figure out how to get around the loop or how to enter the boathouse that's there, or whatever it works. We're going to have a little puzzle gate right up there too. Now in terms of valves, there's one main valve and then a secondary valve that I want to look at. The main valve that I want to look at is going to be right about here. So we're going to have a valve right here. And this is going to be a cliff that the player has to descend from in order to continue, and they won't be able to backtrack up that cliff. They won't be able to get back up. So basically it's going to force them on their route, and they won't be able to encounter this area any further. They just basically drop down and away they go. They can't return once they pass that valve. In addition, we're going to have a success valve, probably around here somewhere. We know they can't get through there because of the misdirect. But once they finish the boss, then we'll have a bit of a cooldown, and the player will be able to emerge from the Abbey and exit through here, so they'll be able to get out through here. In addition, this then becomes a shortcut, so the player, if they need to move throughout this level again any further, they don't need to go through the big misdirect. All right, you know the drill. It's your turn. So let's go through your lone level and see where you might want to add these different types of gates. Pick 2 or 3 of them out. You don't need to do all of them. But pick enough out that you know what you're looking at and see how you can mix it up. Try changing them. Try different ones. Try some more of the obtuse ones and see what happens. And we'll see you when you get back. All right, welcome back. So we have our paths, we have our destinations, we've added some interest, and we've changed our paths a little bit. And now what I'd like to do is take a look at what we call the critical path. Now throughout your level, you might have multiple ways that a player might approach a destination. You might have different branches, you might have different ways that a player can go throughout this entire level. But there's a good idea to consider the one critical path. The critical path is the one main or intended path for the player to take. It's sometimes also defined as the minimum path to complete the level, or as the ideal movement through a level. But the general idea is these are the areas, this is the way that as a level designer you would expect the optimal player to progress through your level. Now, as you consider your critical path, it's really important to consider the narrative and the intention of the level, because one can't exist without the other. If you don't know what the intention of your level is, there's no way you could make sure that your critical path is achieving the results of that. So in designing levels, it's important to consider your critical path. If you have that one path that achieves all the results of the intention of your level, then you're ahead of the game. Anything beyond that is going to be bonus. So what happens away from the critical path? Well, this is where you start to add interest and complexity and depth to your game. It's where you can place new narratives, side quests, hidden collectibles, any other thing that you might want to add to the game to add complexity and depth. Now, when considering your critical path, it's really important to test. Testing is super important because sometimes you might discover through testing that what you think of as the critical path isn't. That perhaps there's something you know about how to approach this level that isn't immediately obvious to people who are playing it blind. You might even discover new ways to complete the level based upon how people are playing it. So when considering your critical path for this project, first off, remember your theme. That's going to be super important. Remember the intention of the level. Then consider any emergent paths. We don't have the opportunity yet to test it, but we will later on. But look at your design and consider how, as a player, I might go through this level slightly differently than what you might think of as the critical path. Then what we're going to do is we're going to revise your diagram as needed, just in case. Check out your critical path and add it as you need to. So what's our critical path in the example level that we're creating here? Well, let's take a look. With this diagram and this level in particular, it's pretty small. We're not doing a whole lot, and that's principally because this is just a sample that we're working on for this class. So our golden path, our critical path, is going to be pretty straightforward. Now, it's going to start through the guardhouse here. And at this point, I personally would love to have the hidden area here be part of that critical path. However, it's followed directly by that valve, which means that if they drop down through that valve, they'll never be able to see that. So it's really difficult to say we're going to include that hidden area in the critical path because there is a one-way gate there and they won't be able to come back. So we're going to say, you know what, we're going to move through here. I'm going to say going along the cliff face is probably the golden path, and up, can't go through here, so through our side tracks, complete our boss, and then exit out again as the completion of our final golden path trip. The lakeside here is not, it's kind of a side quest that we're going to do, and they're perhaps going to move on to another side quest further on this direction, but in terms of the main narrative, we want to get the player from here, defeating the boss, and back out again. So this is going to be pretty much our golden path right here. All right, so remember you can always revise your diagram as needed. Get your eraser out, get a new piece of paper, however it is, make sure you're doing iterations and revisions. That's super important. Now might also be a great time to make sure you have in place all the elements that you need for our project. Hi, in this video we're going to be taking a look at some of the principles that we've been going over, but applying them to a multiplayer map. The gameplay that we're going to be looking at here for the multiplayer map is a capture the flag style gameplay. So you have two teams at opposite ends of the playing field, and the intention is that you start at one end, you have to traverse across the entire field, grab the flag, and then bring it all the way back to your home base. Pretty straightforward. To give us a jumping off point, I'm going to base this map on the Facing Worlds map from the original Unreal Tournament. It's kind of the classic capture the flag map. It has two towers at either end and then sort of a figure eight in the middle that rises in the middle and then dips down. I strongly advise checking this map out, reading a little bit about it. It's a fantastic map to play, and it stands the test of time in terms of a well-designed map. So we're going to start with that. In terms of player types, what we're going to be looking at is we're going to be looking at snipers, sneaks, people who want to kind of sneak around, and then kind of power tank players. And those are the kind of three types of gameplay that we want to be looking at. So, Facing Worlds starts with two towers at either end. It's a symmetrical map. And then it has 2 pathways that join in the middle. And from a side view, these 2 pathways rise up to the middle and come back down again. So that way, as the players traverse up here, they can't necessarily look over the top and see what's lurking around here. It does still allow for snipers, and there's 3 levels of sniping. It still allows for snipers to be able to shoot all the way across the map, making it a very heavily intensive sniping kind of map. It actually proved to be quite difficult to get across from one point to the other. So to start off with, I'm going to keep these 2 towers. Those are going to stay because it's kind of a critical element to the map, identifying the map. In the original map, there are teleporters that would take you to the 3 different levels. I think I might pull those or at least move them around and instead give the snipers a little bit of a delay in getting to the top. So we're instead of being instantaneously at the top, which allows the sniper to get very quickly from spawning to sniping, I'm going to slow that down a little bit. And I'm going to say, you know what, we're going to have a couple pathway or stairs that exit the building on either side. It's going to be symmetrical, so that the player has to leave the building, opening themselves potentially out to more sniping or even from getting attacked from down below before they're able to actually ascend to the good sniping points. So again, the intention behind this is to slow the pace down of the snipers from spawning to being able to snipe. So we're going to try that out and see how that works. We might need to change it, but again, this is exactly what level design is about. Putting forth an idea, testing it, seeing if it works, and iterating on it. The next thing that I want to do is provide a secondary way of getting up to that sniping point that's potentially faster, but a lot more dangerous. So I'm going to have, in the front of the building, I'm going to have 2 sort of platform, I guess you'd call them platforms, but ways for a player to exit the building and then mantle and jump all the way up to the sniping positions here. Now this leaves them very, very much open to any sort of attack from any place halfway through the map and beyond. So they're going to be very, very vulnerable, but it's going to be a very quick way of getting up to a potential spot where they could take some cover and could start sniping. This will also provide a secondary route for players to be able to get, for opposing players as they come into enemy territory, to be able to ascend and possibly then cause some trouble inside of that tower before they capture the flag. Or if they capture the flag, then they can use these exits, potential exits, to confuse the enemy as to where they're going to leave. So next we're going to look at this area right here, which is the top of the spine here. Now, if you look closely at these ramps, it's basically 2 parallels. If you remember, a parallel ends up at the same destination but gives you 2 different options. So we got one option here, one option here. And again, one option here, one option here. So we want to be able to recreate that a little bit, but this area here in the original map was quite a field of grief. There was a lot of action that happened right here. There was a lot of, it's the key point at which you could be sniped from either direction. Coming across this ridge was a very dramatic and very, very difficult action to take. So in this map that I want to do, I'm going to kind of diffuse that a little bit. And I'm going to be placing a couple of different building areas on either side here. And the intention behind this is that it offers the players a little bit of cover or a little bit different type of gameplay as they enter these 2 buildings, either one of these 2 buildings. And what will happen inside, we'll take a look, but there'll be a bridge across the top here and a couple different ways of progressing through and a couple different dead ends and other types of areas that we're going to be using a little bit, just to add a little bit of complexity to this map so that you don't just have the interior spaces at either end and then nothing in between. Additionally, we're going to look at another route that's going to happen underneath these two areas, so that those players who are a little bit more sneaky can go through, drop down. I haven't quite figured out where it can drop down, and then can progress through here. So there'll be a couple opportunities in these holes for sniping to happen, from these buildings especially, from the tops of these buildings especially down into here. But effectively, it's a nice way to traverse the whole map with quite a lot of cover, quite directly, but then coming out on the other side, you're quite exposed. So that's the idea for this map. We're going to cut away. I'm going to do a better drawing for this that will explain our intentions a little bit better on top of this sketch. And we'll walk through it again once we come back. Okay, we're back. I've got my sketch inked out, and I want to walk you through some of the features of my potential design here. Hopefully you can still see the shape of facing worlds, and again, this is just half of it because it's a symmetrical map. We don't need to necessarily design the other half. This is just one half right here, and you can hopefully see that that same shape is there. I've kind of taken away a little bit of the central figure of 8 shape, but there's still that same pinch happening. There's still that idea that you have to pinch in, and then the other side it'll expand back out again. So either way, you're going to have a certain amount of pinching going on. Instead of just being at plane in the middle, we've got 2 buildings that we'll look at in just a sec over here. We've got our ziggurat tower over here with some steps to be able to get up to the higher levels. This top area is slightly slanted downwards so that it exposes any sniper up here to potentially other snipers from over here on these 2 buildings, or even all the way across the map. We've got our stairwell that goes from the ground floor all the way up to the top floor with a couple of landings right there. And then again, we've got these faster ways of getting up to the top that are very much exposed to the rest of the map. Underneath, we've got this new bottom layer down here that's pretty much just a straight shot all the way down the spine, which means that if you've got competing players on either end, it's very, very dangerous. Like, you've got clear shots all the way across if both players on opposite teams are on this same level. Once you get to here, then you'll be able to decide which way you can go, and then there's going to be a jump pad on either ends of these right here that will jump you up to here. So we'll jump you up to this main level, and then you can come inside the main door here or up through here. But being propelled up here exposes you quite quickly to almost everything up here. So the benefits that you get are the fact that you can traverse this map very, very quickly, but then once you reach here, you're then very, very exposed and very vulnerable. In addition, you've got this gap in the middle along this spine right here where snipers can snipe down and will probably, based upon the angle, reach everything here. So these are snipers on the ziggurat sniping down into here, whereas snipers up here should be able to reach almost everything within that diamond. So looking at the interior, we've got the inside where players can enter in through here. And again, it's symmetrical on both sides. Enter into here. There's a central area here where it's going to be very tight. The combat is going to be very frenetic. And the idea is that you're going to be wanting to pass through this area quite quickly. You don't necessarily want to stick around here because it is pretty chaotic. There's a couple entrances and exits that you can use as an escape route. And then in addition, you've got 2 teleporters that are quite tricky to get around to. Like, you have to make sure that you're getting all the way around or passing through this area to get around to these teleporters. Now, these teleporters will teleport you to the roof of the building. So it's a very quick way of getting up in here, or potentially even all the way up to the top, and we'll talk about that in a second. The trick to the teleporters is that they're mirrored across both directions. So as you teleport from this spot right here, you actually end up over here facing in this direction. So the general flow is that you'll run in through here, jump in this teleporter, and then you'll end up in this direction facing this way. So what potentially would happen, it's kind of a trap that as a level designer I'm trying to lay out, is that it confuses the player enough
So if they're running along this way, they enter into here, they jump up on this teleporter, they end up here, and then they continue on this way. So they're basically running back to their own home base. So it kind of flips the player around and adds to a sense of confusion and chaos that Facing Worlds is known for. So to go to our roof here, we've got the stairs going up. There's another raised level up here that we won't really be able to get to, again, unless the teleporter. But there's basically just a balcony around the edge here. And this balcony serves to provide cover against the snipers from this side of the map shooting down over here, and cover from over here, but also provides these two areas here that are great spots to both snipe up to the main ziggurat and then down to the layer below. But again, they're highly vulnerable, they're very much exposed, and they're also exposed to this central area in here as well, which is kind of another arena-shaped area where a lot of chaos and craziness is going to happen. So that's the general idea of the map. Again, we're looking at Facing Worlds, but we're trying to tweak it a little bit. And the ways that we're tweaking it are that we are making sure that the snipers don't have a very easy way of getting to the top of the ziggurat to snipe, but there are more opportunities for sniping around the map, which means that there's going to be more equity, I guess, in terms of who is sniping who. We provide some areas of cover in the buildings halfway across the map, so it isn't quite such a grueling process to traverse the map. And then in addition, we provide this bottom route that allows players to hop down into there, traverse along here, and then pop back up. It also means that there's plenty more opportunities for players to fall off the world. Facing Worlds is basically in space, floating in space, with no other context. And so it's quite easy to fall off into any of these areas and just fall off the map altogether. And then you're in trouble. You're respawning. So in terms of a critical path for this map, the main one is basically just getting from one point all the way across to the other side of the map. And we provide many different ways of doing that. Again, we want to make sure in multiplayer maps that we're providing options and that players can design their own ways of subverting the paradigms that are being set up. So we want to make sure that if a player starts here, it might be totally cool just to run straight, jump down here, run straight, and bomb across the map and see what happens. Or it might be that they want to jump off here, try to land on here. It's quite a small space, though, to land on there. It's quite easy to fall off into the void. Or there's something about using these teleporters that we haven't figured out as a level designer. We haven't seen what might happen. We want to be able to open up those opportunities for some really interesting gameplay to occur.
Hi, in this video we're going to be talking about biomes, the environments that our levels are going to be living in. A biome is a distinct geography with associated flora and fauna. For example, grasslands or a forest, tundra or a desert. And in our game fictions, those biomes can be as fantastic as we want them to be. Much like mechanics, in a larger project these biomes will be defined by your game designers and your environmental concept artists. But as a level designer, you will need to know how to use them in your level designs. That means knowing which biome or biomes this particular level is using, and what assets you have available to you from within that biome design. You should research and understand each biome that you're using, and let it inform your design. So, for example, in a desert biome, you might lean towards large traversal areas, or mechanics where the sands slip under the player's feet, or sudden windstorms that affect line of sight. Conversely, you probably wouldn't start putting large bodies of water in your desert biome, or placing a forest of Douglas fir trees. And while you should understand your biome, you shouldn't let it get in the way of your level design. We are creating fiction here, and we want that fiction to be internally consistent and robust, but our primary motivation is to create compelling gameplay within the level. So use your biomes, but don't let it get in the way of that compelling gameplay. You'll see some fantastic examples of the use of biomes in games like the Ratchet & Clank series, and pretty much any game by Cyan. Abduction is especially interesting, as in the game several distinct biomes are jammed right next to each other. So let's take a look at how biomes can affect our sample level.
So let's take a look at massing.
and biomes in our example level here. Now, it's mostly outdoors. So the first thing we're going to look at is elevation. And so we're going to start with the highest elevation, and I kind of want that to be right about here. So this whole area here is highest elevation. So they enter, and they're at the top, kind of the highest point they can be. In addition, this whole section over here is also going to be high up. So what we'll have is we'll have a bit of a valley in between. So when the player leaves the guardhouse, they'll be able to see exactly what lies ahead. They can see the abbey in the distance, but they can also have a pretty good view of the route they're going to take to get there. In addition, they also have a view of this secondary branch over here if they decide to go over that way. So what that means is that all of this area is going to be fairly lower and perhaps a little bit more tree dense in here. We're going to maybe have we spoke a little bit about a river down here and a cliff, so perhaps that we have along a cliff edge here. I might end up flipping that because we've got a lake over on this side, and so the stream with the river would probably be closer to the lake than a cliff would. But we'll play around with that and see how that looks. Lastly, we've got the lowest area, which is going to be this whole area here with the lake. And so as they progress, you get lower and lower up until you get into the valley, and then you have the lake in the bottom of the valley. So this is going to be our breakdown of the major landscape massing. What we have in addition to that is we've got a couple buildings, at least two buildings. We've got our guardhouse over here and our abbey here. And we spoke a little bit about perhaps having a building over here somewhere. And these masses are going to be quite different. The guardhouse is going to be relatively, sort of low profile, kind of a guardhouse. We won't see much of it because we'll be progressing straight from inside of it to the outside, so we can turn around and take a look. But the massing that we want to do over the abbey over here is to create a really, really defined silhouette in an image. So this might be up on some sort of rocky precipice here, and we'll have the main body of the abbey over here. And then what I'd like to have is just some sort of tower. So it's really, really well silhouetted for the player to see. And they can know that that's kind of the direction that they need to go in. Using biomes is a great way to add personality and distinct character to your levels. And often those biomes will suggest new mechanics or cool ideas for your level design. World building as a whole is a fascinating field, and a good level designer will leverage those skills in each one of their level designs. Welcome back. In this video, we'll start talking about sightlines and vistas. So far, we've got our paths, we've got our barriers, we've got massing sort of figured out, and we've got our pathing all sorted. The next thing we want to consider is what the player sees. And this is the first time that we're going to start sort of considering the level from a 3D standpoint. So we're not necessarily looking at this anymore from a flat orthographic 2D projection straight down, but instead, we're looking at it as if we are the character within the game with a camera that's sitting in these particular points. So what we have to think about are those moments in which we want to have our player be able to see something that in particular that we want them to notice, or to be astounded by a particular vista, or to be pointed in a certain direction, or to have their choices in direction be highlighted. Now there's a lot to consider when we do this. Again, we have to really start looking at the map from the player's standpoint. What do the players see at a given place? What information is revealed and when? What can we use to establish these focal points? And how does player position allow us to create these vistas? So we have to consider, for example, how elevation works. We need to consider, again, how the 2D plane works, the visual 2D plane, looking at composition, looking at contrast, looking at color, and what we want the player to see. So let's take a look at this in our own map. All right, so let's take a look at our diagram right now and kind of consider where we might want our vistas and our viewpoints to be. Principally, our first one is going to be right here, right at this valve. They're going to leave the gatehouse here, and they're going to come up, and they're going to come up across the wide open expanse. Again, we got a valley here. And the far end, we've got our silhouetted abbey, and we want a vista that kind of lays out the entire level right before us. So we do see the end result where we want to go. We see possible ways that we might want to get there. In addition, we might see our secondary destinations. So if they choose to go to that secondary destination, then that takes them off on a different pathway. So this is our principal vista is right here. And again, we've got a cliff there that when they jump down becomes a valve and they can't come back up. So we have a great opportunity right there. Next up, we want to make sure that we've got another pretty good one right about here as well. The reason being is that this is the point in which there is a branch. And so we want to make sure that the player is very clear. So this is going to go over to the Abbey and this is going to Lakeside. So make your decision now. In a similar way, we probably wanted another small one right here to make sure that they can see that we're going to go up a cliff face or we're going to go down to the riverside down that way. So those three first initial viewpoints are going to be pretty important in establishing the lay of the land and to be making sure that the player is really clear about the choices that they're making in terms of where they're going. Next up, we want a pretty good one right about here. So they've made it through quite a lot of challenges here, and then we're just remind them again, oh, okay, this is where we're going, right before we get to the point where we say, actually, you can't get there. Sorry, we can't get there. We do the misdirect. So we got to be able to show it very clearly that we're almost there, but you know what? We got a little bit of a different way to go. So then we send our player off on our misdirect. Now, conversely, what I would like to do is right about here, I'd like to have a viewpoint here that before they get into the interior with the boss, we have a look backwards across the whole level, and it kind of reminds the player of what they've accomplished up until this point, and that kind of bookends a little bit and gives them the sense that they're almost there and get ready for that final skill test. So we're going to have another one right here, and then lastly, after they finish the boss and they come back out again through this gate, we're going to have one more right here, so the player can see what's happening when they exit the level, and they've seen the success that they've all had there. All right, so we have some vistas planned. We have points in our map that we know we want our player to be and what we want our player to see at those moments. So it's your turn. Take a look at your own level, see those points where you might want to start showing exactly what you want the player to see, and figure out how you might want to pinch the player's movement to make sure that they're hitting those points. So this is how our sample diagram has ended up. What we're going to do now is we're going to transfer this into more of a level map, which means it'll be topographically proportional and accurate as opposed to being more abstract like this. So we're going to start looking first at the scale, about how long we want this the player to take to traverse, and then we'll start taking a look at these buildings, the size of these buildings, and the way that the player is going to traverse. Paying particular attention to our elevations. Remember that these two are higher elevation. This is our mid-level elevation. We have a drop off to our lowest level elevation with the lake over here. So the next steps that we're going to do is trying to figure out how to get this to scale and proportion, and then start adding the geographic and topological details. Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we're going to start working towards making a map of our level, which, unlike our diagram, is topographically and proportionally accurate representation of our level. Now, because it is proportional, we need to make sure that we have our scales correctly set before we start doing this. Scale is going to be very important. Scale is determined by several things, but mostly it's determined by what our player can do. The player mechanic metrics. So that'll be our first step. Player mechanic metrics are things like how fast they can move, how high they can jump, and this information should be in the game design document. If you're building a level for a game that you don't have access to the GDD, there might be some information on websites, but there's also ways of figuring out how fast and how far a player can move. For this level, we will be using the default Unreal Editor scale, which, since Unreal Editor 4 is 1 unit equals 1 centimeter, and 100 units equals 1 meter. But we also need to know how fast and how far the player can move, the player controller movement rates. So let's jump into Unreal and let's take a look at what we could find. Okay, so here we are in the first-person template, Unreal first-person template. Haven't done anything to change this. This is straight out of the box. And we're going to take a look at a sense of scale and proportion for this particular player character. Now I'm just going to grab a cube and drop it in here. So you can see roughly about the size of a 1 meter cube. So by default, any cube you drop in is going to be 1 meter or 100 units. So when we play the game, there's our 1 meter cube. Very useful when sizing out different size assets. This is as fast as this particular player character controller can move when walking. As you can see, it's quite brisk. And if we step out, what we're going to do is we're going to actually take a look at some of the numbers that are being used here so we can use that to define a sense of scale in our level. So I'm going to jump into our content drawer, and under all content first-person blueprints, this is our first-person blueprint section right here. I'm going to grab the first-person character blueprint, open that up, and this is where a lot of the movement will happen. Now there's one particular component that I want you to take a look at right now, which is this character movement component. This character movement component defines a lot of the movement and the different numbers and the metrics that are being used. And in particular, what the number we want to look for is right here, the max walk speed. So this is how fast at maximum speed our character can walk. And it's currently set to 600 centimeters per second, which is 6 meters per second. To get to meters per minute, we're going to multiply that by 60, which gets us 360 meters per minute, which is quite brisk. But we're playing a game, so we suspend a certain amount of disbelief, and we want to be able to move around quite quickly. In our level, we're looking at a gameplay of roughly about 2 minutes. Again, this is just a learning level, and we don't want it to be too long or too involved. So about 2 minutes is roughly what we want to take for playing through this entire level. And if we consider we can move at 360 meters per minute, when we're looking at about 2 minutes, that's roughly 720 meters. I'm going to round that up to be 750 meters. So we're looking at about 750 meters for the entire length of our level in this environment. And if we look at our graph paper, that's roughly 30 squares long. That means that we want to have each square be about 25 meters, which fills out our graph paper quite nicely. So I'm going to be working with each square being about 25 meters. And drawing it all out will take us to be about 750 meters long. All right, so now we have some basic movement metrics, and we have a pretty good idea about how big we want our level to be. Again, this is just a learning process, so our level might not be as big as what you might be creating for a real game. To go forward with our map, we also need a legend. We also need to be able to put down this information in a clear and understandable way. And here is where colors can really help. With different colors, we can establish different meanings from our map, whether something is a certain terrain, whether something is a certain playable type, where our encounters are, where our opponents are, where obstacles are, and even how to handle elevation. So in the next video, we're going to start to create our map. So make sure you have access to colors, graph paper. If you're working digitally, make sure that you've got access to all your digital tools as well. And let's step in and see what that looks like. So let's take a look at massing and biomes in our example level here. Now, it's mostly outdoors. So the first thing we're going to look at is elevation. And so we're going to start with the highest elevation, and I kind of want that to be right about here. So this whole area here is highest elevation. So they enter, and they're at the top, kind of the highest point they can be. In addition, this whole section over here is also going to be high up. So what we'll have is we'll have a bit of a valley in between. So when the player leaves the guardhouse, they'll be able to see exactly what lies ahead. They can see the abbey in the distance, but they can also have a pretty good view of the route they're going to take to get there. In addition, they also have a view of this secondary branch over here if they decide to go over that way. So what that means is that all of this area is going to be fairly lower and perhaps a little bit more tree dense in here. We're going to maybe have we spoke a little bit about a river down here and a cliff, so perhaps that we have along a cliff edge here. I might end up flipping that because we've got a lake over on this side, and so the stream with the river would probably be closer to the lake than a cliff would. But we'll play around with that and see how that looks. Lastly, we've got the lowest area, which is going to be this whole area here with the lake. And so as they progress, you get lower and lower up until you get into the valley, and then you have the lake in the bottom of the valley. So this is going to be our breakdown of the major landscape massing. What we have in addition to that is we've got a couple buildings, at least 2 buildings. We've got our guardhouse over here and our abbey here. And we spoke a little bit about perhaps having a building over here somewhere. And these masses are going to be quite different. The guardhouse is going to be relatively, sort of low profile, kind of a guardhouse. We won't see much of it because we'll be progressing straight from inside of it to the outside, so we can turn around and take a look. But the massing that we want to do over the abbey over here is to create a really, really defined silhouette in an image. So this might be up on some sort of rocky precipice here, and we'll have the main body of the abbey over here. And then what I'd like to have is just some sort of tower. So it's really, really well silhouetted for the player to see. And they can know that that's kind of the direction that they need to go in. So those are our main points of blocking that we need to do. Not too much, but again, we're mostly outside. All right, so now we're going to take a look at massing out the abbey. Now the abbey is going to be the boss fight. It's going to be kind of like the last big challenge of the level. And it's going to be a larger combat area in which we're still having the player working with that the grappling hook kind of idea, platforming, moving around, jumping through different levels. So working both vertically and horizontally with the player movement. Now there's a couple things that we need to kind of figure out for this. The first thing is the general layout of the abbey, how that's going to look, and then also how that's going to factor in terms of gameplay. We're going to have a front entranceway so that the abbey is going to be facing in this direction, but that's going to be the exit. The player will not enter from that way. Again, they're going to go around the back, and then we're going to have a back entrance coming on over here, so we need to factor that in as well. Now, from sort of architectural circles, there's this idea of a parti, P-A-R-T-I, which is when you're designing a building, the original sort of shape to it, whether it's going to be sort of a big rectilinear lump, or perhaps something that has a little bit more curvature to it, or something that is long and thin, kind of the general shape of the whole thing. And for us, the abbey, the general shape of the abbey is going to be roughly circular. So we're basically going to have a cylinder throughout the whole thing, right in the middle here. That's going to be moving up in space. It's going to give us that play area with height. So we'll be able to play with height for that final area. We're going to want to have sort of a larger area at the front here. That's going to be the main entranceway as they come in. Not a lot of this is going to be playable area. It's going to be more for once they do finish and they exit out. It gives the player a little bit of a tunnel to go through before, again, coming back out and seeing the vista of all the stuff they've accomplished through this level. In addition, we also want something back here off to the side that allows the player to enter into the whole area itself. Now, this shape is not very abbey-ish. I mean, it sort of is here. You kind of have a nave and an apse kind of a vibe to it. But we're not going to be too terribly worried about being architecturally correct. But we do want to give some other sort of design and shape to this just to give it some volume. So even though we've got a main entryway here that's going to kind of have a linear shape like this, I'm going to put a couple lumps off to the side here. That might indicate that the building maybe was built in several different stages. So the main area was added, and then things were added on afterwards. Let's see what else. I'm going to kind of give this a little bit more of a vibe here with some shapes that I'm going to tack on here. And I'm not going to be too terribly concerned about this. Again, we're designing a level. We're not doing an environment design, but we do need to have the general shape of the whole thing before we get in there. So once the player comes in through here, and we could even give it more of a ramshackle backdoor vibe here by having some other buildings or some props scattered around so it feels cluttered as they come in. It feels a little bit more like you're sneaking in the back door. They're going to have an area here that's going to be lower to the ground. They might even have to crawl through a hatch or a gateway in order to get in. And the reason why I want to do that is so once they do crawl into this tight space and they enter into this larger area, it really highlights the height that the player is going to be looking at and the general shape of this cylinder. To, again, draw some contrast and give it kind of a beat so the player can look through here, the grate, kind of get a sense that it's a larger space, but once they step out, they can look up and they can see that there's quite a large space here. Now, I might put some shapes down here, but ultimately what I'm going to want to have is a series of columns going around the outside of this area. Now, these columns are going to provide structure for the next layer up. So there's going to be a balcony around and then possibly another second balcony over the top of this. But another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have sort of this area here kind of broken in a couple different ways. So it provides a couple shattered columns. You might even want to put a column off to the side here. So it's fallen over for them to jump up, mantle up, or even use their grappling hook and kind of get to a second level here. We might have a couple more broken columns that allow them to get to a third level up here and basically be able to traverse up and down in different ways around the perimeter of this. And our big boss is going to be in the middle. So the player's gameplay activity is basically going to be running up and down around the outside of this, avoiding the main character, who's going to be quite powerful, but maybe perhaps raining blows from around the different areas. I'm going to probably want to have some desk or table here just to give a little bit of cover so when they first come in, they're able to kind of hide behind there. Either one of those. Again, we're thinking about how cover is going to work before we even start. Players, kind of want to hear, they'll be able to hide here enough to be able to see the different ways that they can get up. We'll probably want to have a different way of getting up around here, so maybe another broken one up here, and work their way up to the top where they have high ground, and effectively then they can perform better against the main boss here at the bottom. So I might include a couple other broken columns. And if we're working with a game that has destructible environments, that might be cool too, because then we can have a cinematic, for example, that might collapse as you go, either trapping the player up top or stopping the player from reaching that top area again. Ultimately then, hopefully the player will have a good challenge, but be able to defeat the boss, and then they're going to want to leave through here, and this is going to be kind of a majestic exit here. So still have some height to it. It's not going to be a creepy crawly thing like the way you entered, but as they leave, then we get a nice vista towards the outside there. So I'm not going to be terribly concerned about putting in color for height here, but I might go through and kind of clean this up a little bit with a pen, just so when we do get it into Engine, we can see a little bit more clearly about what we're going to do, and then in Engine we can play around with exactly where things are going to be laid out as we go.
All right, we've spent some time looking at how I might start to put together a level, but now it's your turn. So grab a piece of paper if you haven't already and make sure that you start with your destinations. Think about how you're going to get a player from point A to point B, how the sight lines and vistas might work throughout the entire level, and start placing blocks. Just start putting down some masses and see how they operate together. Remember to keep an idea about what each space is for. A space might be for traversal, a space might be a combat arena, it might be a narrative point, it might be a skill test. And make sure that you're designing those spaces based around that gameplay itself. Once you have the general masses put in, take a look at how they operate together. So make sure that you're not putting everything on the grid, that you're moving things around a little bit so that it's not always rectilinear and at right angles. Make sure that you're playing with the idea of changing spaces, some contrast from moving from one space to another space, a large space to a small space, a twisty space to a straightforward space. And make sure that you're letting the general sizes and ideas and shapes inform the gameplay, and the gameplay inform those shapes. Now, it's really, really important at this stage to get a lot of feedback, as much feedback as you possibly can, because this is the point where you can make some significant changes relatively cheaply. With a piece of paper and a pencil, you can always erase, you can always start again, and it's not a big deal. Once you start getting into Engine and start putting down geometry, then it becomes much more difficult to throw things away. And as level designers, you'll constantly be throwing things away, and that's okay. It's a good thing. So spend a lot of time, as much time as you possibly can at this stage right here, where you're figuring out exactly how the layout of the whole thing works, the shapes of your masses, how the player moves around the map, what types of activity is going to happen in each section of the map. And have other people look at this, whether it's in Coursera, whether it's your friends or family, whether it's some other online group, whatever it is, put it out there and get some feedback as early as possible, because that can only improve it, and it's a much, much better time to start working on improvements now than later. All right, let's move on.
In this video, we're talking about wayfinding. And wayfinding is ways in which a designer can indicate to the player where they might want to go, where those destinations are. So wayfinding is establishing signage or other methods by which we can offer to the player a point of direction, a point that they might want to go. And this can be done in several different ways and to different degrees. For example, Mirror's Edge uses color in a lot of ways to indicate where the player might want to go. In racing games, you'll see painted arrows and lit signs telling you which direction you might want to go as well. And in some sandbox games, you might see an arrow pointing in the general direction for their current task. There is a difference between wayfinding and affordances. Again, affordances tell the player what they can do. There's visual indications of how they can use the environment or move around in the environment. Wayfinding, on the other hand, tells the player where they might want to go. So there's a subtle difference there. Wayfinding doesn't necessarily tell you how you might want to get there, and affordances don't necessarily tell you where you're ending up. Ultimately, wayfinding is reminding the player of destinations. And much like a lot of things in games, there's diegetic and non-diegetic ways of doing it. Diegetic indicators might be road signs. It might be a large billboard. But again, diegetic information exists within the context of the game. Non-diegetic wayfinding might be that arrow that floats in the UI telling the player where to go. It might be a glowing spot on a minimap. Additionally, you can also have explicit and implicit signage. Explicit signage is clear. It's a sign that has language and will often involve a certain amount of localization, which can be tricky because what you don't want to do is end up having to create a lot of different art assets for different languages. Implicit signage might be environmental indicators, like changes in the environment or biome. It might be some indication of up and down, including things like fog or light.
Bungie's Halo series does a really fantastic job in mixing implicit and explicit wayfinding in their HUD.
Now in our single player level, I'm not going to put too much wayfinding in there because it should be fairly obvious based upon just vistas and contrasts where the player should be going. In our multiplayer level, on the other hand, I'm going to be putting in some wayfinding in terms of your red and blue colors for capture the flag, but also some other secondary indicators in terms of signage as well. Hi, and welcome to Module 3, Documenting Level Designs. In this brief module, we'll be taking a look at the hows and whys it's important that we make notes or documentation on our level designs. Now, documenting levels is important for three main reasons. First, we should always be intentional about design, and documentation is a great way to stay intentional. Once we start writing things down and seeing it on a piece of paper or on the screen, then we have a better sense of what we're actually doing and where we might be going astray. Second, games can be large, really large, and we need to both remember what we're doing in our level and to be able to place our level in a greater context. And documenting our level designs allows us to maintain that perspective in the middle of what is a large production. Lastly, games are highly collaborative, and as level designers, we'll be working with game designers, with other level designers, and with testers. And we need to be able to describe our intention for this level and how we hope to solve its design problems. So let's kick this off by taking a look at the level design document. Hi, In this video, we'll be talking about the level design document. The level design document is a document that's intended to record as best as possible everything about a given level. Now, these are living documents. They're a mix between describing intention and recording results, but they should be maintained as up-to-date as possible. So, what goes into a level design document? In a level design document, for each level, it describes several things. First, it describes intention. What is the goal of this level? What is it hoping to achieve, both in terms of gameplay and in terms of results for the player? This is your mile-high view of what the goal of this level is meant to be, and should be kept in mind for the development of the entire level. Next, we have the must-do requirements, and these are the things that the level should absolutely achieve at the bare minimum to describe success. Then we have the should-do goals, and these are the things that would be good to get if we're able to squeeze them out of the level. Fourthly, we have context. Where does this level fit in the sequence of all of our levels, or within the greater context of the game? What has happened before that we need to know about, or what might happen next that we should also be anticipating? Next, we have setting and time, and depending upon the game, you may or may not have this category, but it describes where in your game world this occurs and at what time of day. Next, we have beats and narratives. These are the key elements in the story that need to be achieved in this level. And here's where you might have a beat chart or a narrative description. Next, you have gameplay metrics. And this is the section where you describe any changes to the gameplay that might occur during this level. So this might mean new player abilities, it might mean new opponents, or new obstacles. It might also mean changes to the fundamental way the game is played. The physics might change, for example. Next, you have a mapping section. And this is where we include our diagram for the level, and if we have one, a map for the level. The next section is the challenges section, and this tends to be quite a large section as it describes all of the challenges and obstacles that might occur during this level. Lastly, we have aesthetics, and this is describing particularities about the level in terms of visual design or audio needs. So when are these level design documents made? Well, as I described earlier, these are living documents. So usually what happens is that a game designer or the lead level designer will scaffold out the entire game with short level design documents that describe the essential progression throughout the entire game. These then get distributed to the level design team, and as the level designers create these levels, they might go and backfill some of the changes that might have occurred during development. So they are living documents, but the intention is that they are as up-to-date and maintained as possible. And are level design documents always made? Not necessarily. It depends upon the game you're making and the size and scope of the game itself. A game like Tetris, for example, that is essentially one level with increasing difficulty, you probably don't need a level design document. But a game like Witcher 3, for sure will have a series of level design documents scoped out in incredible detail. For this course, we will be making a level design document, so make sure to check out your course contents for a sample level design and the project description for what the intention of our level design is meant to look like. Hi, in this video we'll be talking about collaboration. Game development is a highly collaborative process, with projects spanning multiple departments and across many years. As a level designer, you need to be able to work across multiple departments. The game design team establishes the fundamental core of the game. As a level designer, you'll be working closely with the game design team to implement their mechanics and narratives. You'll also be pitching your level design ideas to the game design team. Level design is a rarely solo position, and in larger projects you'll have a whole level design team with the level design lead heading it up. Each team member needs to be aligned with the overall goals of the project, and as such you'll be demoing your work with each other, suggesting improvements, and editing the levels together. So how does the team communicate? Communication is a make-or-break aspect to game development, and there are general pieces of software you'll encounter, like word processing and spreadsheets, but also specialized ones, such as bug tracking databases or game engines like Unreal Editor. When working in large teams, being professional is important, but as a level designer, this is critical. You'll be working with game designers, programmers, artists, QA teams, and producers, and your work is the one place it all fits together. So remember that level designers are the glue of the project. You're making the actual game as the players see it. And that's a great position to be in. In this video, we'll quickly summarize the different types of level design diagrams you might want to include in your level design document. Now, in our level design document, we'll need to be able to describe our intentions, and more often than not, we can use text to do that. But sometimes having a visual language is able to convey that information a lot better and a lot faster. So, for example, we've taken a look at some different types of diagrams and charts that we can include in your level design document. Your level design map, for example. But you can also include your level diagram, the simplified version of your level map, showing the player choice topography. You can include beat charts, the chart that describes the intensity of a level over time. The tool radar chart indicates what kind of activities the player might engage in during the level. Make sure to include them all. And don't be afraid to create new ways of communicating your intention. A new game mechanic, for example, might need an entirely new way of diagramming that action. Figuring out those complexities is challenging and exciting, and it's one of the cool parts about being in game development. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about game development testing. Testing is a critical component in game development, and especially in level design. Level design is design, and as such, we can use design thinking, that process of development, testing, and iteration. So in the case of level design, a level is developed, it gets tested, and then iterated upon to fix or improve the level. This whole cycle then repeats for as many iterations as possible in order to get the best levels possible. Testing is a critical step in this process, and over the next series of videos, we'll be taking a closer look. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about milestones and testing. In game development, there's usually some sort of testing going on at some capacity continuously throughout development. But there are also certain stages, certain milestones that are associated with successfully passing certain types of tests. And this is especially true when we're talking about games that are being developed in association with the publisher, in which money is being exchanged between the developer and the publisher. So let's take a look at some of those milestones. First, you have a vertical slice. A vertical slice is a sampling of all the features of the game. That might mean player abilities, opponents and obstacles, but it also includes things like user interface and multiplayer capabilities. And what you're trying to demonstrate with the vertical slice is that the capabilities of the game, the actions that a player can take, are all present. They might not have all the results available, and they might not have all of the opponents or all of the capabilities, but the certain core ones are present. Next, we have alpha. The alpha milestone is usually defined by being code complete, but not content complete. Code complete means that the vast majority of the code that the game needs to run is present and tested and succeeds in that test. However, not content complete means there might not be all of the art assets, the levels might not all be complete, the audio and the music or the final post-production isn't complete yet, but the game functions and you're able to play. Next, we've got the beta milestone, and this is when code and content are complete. So the code is complete, the whole game is functional, and all of the assets are included. That includes art asset, user interface, audio, all of that is in there. You're basically saying this game, as far as we know, is complete. And in the beta testing stage, you're trying to figure out all of the bits that you've missed. Next, you've got the release milestone, which is sometimes referred to as Gold Master. A result of back in the day when we used to burn games onto a gold CD. The release milestone is when you've completed your alpha, you've completed your beta, you think that you've got every bug completely regressed, and we'll talk about that when we get to the next section in terms of bugs. And the game is, as far as the developer and the publisher is concerned, complete. This is also the milestone where the game gets shipped for replication if there are going to be physical copies. But in addition, we also have things like downloadable content, or DLCs. And this is when there are new content and mechanics that are being developed after the game is released, available for download. And these are usually associated with ongoing maintenance testing to make sure that the new content and new mechanics all work with the pre-existing game. Now, an interesting new development over the last decade or so is the idea of an early access release. These are games that are released before the alpha stage in order to drum up interest in the game from users. And usually in these situations, there's a general expectation that there will be problems, that there will be bugs in the game, and the developers are letting players look at the game with the intention that they are ignoring the bugs that are coming up. Now, these milestones are usually associated with larger production teams and those projects that are associated with the publisher. For the next series of videos, we'll be taking a look at the different types of testing and the different types of bugs we might find. Hi, in this video we'll talk about the different qualities of tests. Now, not all tests are made the same. Certain tests have different types of qualities that are going to affect the types of results that you'll get. Let's take a look. First, we have closed testing. Closed testing means that the only people who are performing the tests are within a certain group. So you have complete control over who those people are. Usually the result of this is very strong data. However, that data might not be very broad or diverse. But because you have complete control over the testing conditions, you can really extract a lot of important and solid data. The converse of this is open testing. And open testing is when you don't control who is able to take that test. This doesn't mean it's necessarily open to everybody, but what it does mean is that you are not hand selecting those people who are performing the test. With this type of testing, you might get a little bit more diversity in your results, but the data that you get might not be as robust or as thorough. Additionally, there are difficulties with determining the best ways to collect that data, as those people who are taking the test might not be as rigorous in their data collection. Next, we also have quantitative data. Quantitative data is data that is based on quantity, so that the more volume that you have in the data, the better that data is. And the idea here is to collect as many data points as you possibly can. Through that, you can perform data analysis and be able to extract information from that. Quantitative data tends to be quite robust and unopinionated. The numbers don't lie. Conversely, we have qualitative data. And qualitative data is based on a quality. And usually what that quality is personal anecdotal feedback. So you're getting from the test subject their perspective. And through that, you can actually get quite a lot of detail. And qualitative data collection tends to be a little bit more of a dialogue, where you're able to create further questions from their responses. So in this course, we don't have a QA department, but we should be performing tests. So what we're going to do is we're going to lean upon each other, the peers in your group, but you can also lean on your family and friends. Show them your levels, have them play your game, and see what kind of information you can get. Welcome back. Earlier, we spoke a little bit about fault testing or bug testing. And remember that the purpose of bug testing is to remove as many problems or defects in the performance of a game as possible before release. To achieve this, testers need to have a standardized way of reporting bugs. In this video, I'd like to talk a little bit about that standardized way of testing and to go through the life cycle or regression cycle of a bug. Let's get started. The regression cycle starts with the bug being found. Once a bug has been found or identified, the tester checks the bug database to see if it's already been reported. If the bug has already been reported and the tester finds it in the database, then they append the existing report saying that this bug has been found again. If the bug hasn't been found in the database, the tester needs to create a new bug report. This bug report then gets sent to assessment. Usually this is a different person, the QA lead for example, who determines the status of that bug. There are several different statuses. The first is called not repro or not reproducible. And this is when the bug can't be reproduced following the same steps that were reported in the bug. Usually this might have to do with different hardware or software configurations. Either way, the bug can't be found again using similar conditions. The next status is won't fix. Usually this means that the resources required to fix this bug aren't worth the result of fixing it. Certainly an unpreferred result, but sometimes necessary. The next status is by design. And this is the classic, it's not a bug, it's a feature description. In this description, the bug isn't a bug at all, but the game is functioning as intended. The next status is duplicate. And this status happens when even the person first reporting the bug searches the database and can't find it, there actually is a duplicate. And often this is because the description of the bug doesn't quite match up, but it is still the same bug. The next status is postponed, and postponed simply means that we want to be able to take care of this, but we don't have the time or resources to be able to do it right now. The next status is external, and this often happens when a developer is using external tools. So there might be a bug in the audio compression software, or there might be a bug in the game engine that the developer itself has no control over. The last and best status is fixed. That means this bug has been found, and you know what? We fixed it already. The bug then gets sent to regression, and this means the bug gets tested again, sent through the same bug cycle loop, and hopefully will attain the fixed status. So why is this important? Well, as a level designer, you're on the front lines of that interaction between player and game. And while we'll be doing a lot of suitability testing to see if we are matching the intention of a level, you'll probably also be coming up with a lot of bugs. And it's a really good idea to at least be aware of the life cycle of a bug so that when your QA team talks to you, you know what they're talking about. Welcome back. Testing is a critical part of game development, and especially in level design, where we really need to know how our levels are performing with our players. Now, in this course, we'll mainly be doing suitability testing, both with our peers and with our friends and family, to figure out how well the result of our level is matching our intention. And no doubt there might be some fault testing in there too. Now, for the next module, we're going to be getting our hands dirty and we're going to start to use Unreal Engine. I'll see you there. Hi. All right. Welcome to the meat of the thing. This is where we're going to start doing our project. Now, firstly, the most important thing to remember is that this is a highly iterative process. You're not going to get it right in the first go. And it's really important to be able to go and revise and keep editing and improving your levels and your level design and your documentation. It's never a one-stop shop. It's always going to be a case that you should be able to be finding new ways of improving your level. All right, so let's take a look. Firstly, what is the project? Well, we're going to make a level in Unreal Engine. In order to support that, we'll also be making a pacing diagram, a level diagram, a 2D level map, and ultimately an Unreal Engine white box level. And we'll talk a little bit more about what I mean by white box and the expectations that we have in completing that level. Lastly, we're going to back it all up with level design documentation. So we'll be putting together all of our design work and iterative work into a packet, make it nice and tidy. What are the first steps? Well, there are many points of entry for any level design, and the more you do level design, the more you'll find which point of entry is most comfortable for you. For us, what we'll be starting with is the map, is the overall design, and our point of entry is going to be a level diagram. What a level diagram allows us to do is allows us to have a pretty loose process of ideation where we can sketch out stuff, we can figure out what's wrong, what might be right, where we might want to lean into things, or back away from certain concepts. Basically, it allows us to be pretty loose and to make changes as we need with a piece of paper, with a pencil, before we start tucking into the computer. Now, because this is a course, and there isn't necessarily a particular game design that we're working with, we're going to have to apply some nominal guidelines to the project that we're making. We need to limit the scope of our level and what kind of mechanics, what kind of gameplay we're going to have within that level. Within the project document, you'll find certain limitations. For the purposes of this course, it's a pretty good idea to stick with those, but if you feel like it's important to stretch them, then figure out some ways to get some new mechanics in there, feel free to do that. But ultimately, we need to define what our abilities and metrics are pretty tightly before we start doing our level. In addition, we should pick a theme. We should consider some sort of main hook, some main catchy idea that we can use to carry through this level. Now that's going to be up to you, what you want to do. And this catchy idea could be the mechanics, it could be the location, it could be a certain narrative that you want to tell within the context of the level, or certain ideas that you have in terms of pacing or intensity. What kind of level are we making? We're going to be leaning into what Unreal Editor is really, really good at. So we're not going to make an abstract game. So ultimately, this is going to be a game from the first-person standpoint with fairly standard first-person mechanics. Now, we won't be able to squeeze everything that we want into one level. So I'm actually going to demonstrate two different levels and kind of jump between them back and forth in order to demonstrate what I want to show. The first one is going to be a single-player linear level, in which a player is going to traverse across an open landscape. There'll be some interiors, but ultimately it's just going to be a landscape with standard mechanics, introducing a new mechanic where the player can swing, either by grappling or by some other rope. We're also going to be making a multiplayer capture the flag level, which will be pitting one team against another team trying to capture flag and return it to their bases. This level will be introducing a new mechanic of infiltration, where one player is able to sneak into the other player's base and plant some sort of explosive device that will affect all the players within the area. Again, these ideas may not be the most challenging or the most unique ideas, but it's a good starting point for our first level designs. So let's get started. What you're going to need is some sort of way to roughly sketch and plan out both your level diagram and your map. Now for me, I'm going to be using graph paper and pencils and pens because I like the tactileness quality of writing directly onto paper. But if you want to use some sort of tablet or device or even a computer, then feel free to do that too. So let's move on. Hi. Now, we've spoken a lot about greyboxing in this course, but we haven't really discussed what greyboxing is. What is it? What does it mean, and where does the term come from? Well, quite simply, the term comes straight from the fact that we are using gray or white boxes to mock up our level. We're using very primitive shapes and no texture or color information to create a sketch for our level. And calling it a gray box makes a distinction between our digital mock-up and a level that has environmental and gameplay assets in it. Creating a gray box is our way of keeping the level simple so that we can play around with it. We can iterate, we can change, we can test, and not worry about having to remake a bunch of 3D model assets or textures. Nothing in our gray box is precious. We should be able to toss out anything without remorse or having to remake a bunch of assets. And principally, by doing this, we can test. We can start playing our level and seeing how well it works without having to make a lot of art assets. Now, once our gray box is finalized, then we can start incorporating real assets. We can start replacing our gray box assets with individual assets that have been made by our environmental artists and our prop artists. And we can start populating and set dressing the level like it's meant to look. All right, so let's have a quick discussion about why use Unreal Engine for our level designs. There are a lot of game engines out there, and a lot of them are really, really good. Let's take a quick look at why we should be using Unreal Engine. First off, Unreal Engine has built-in player controllers that are top-notch. They give you straight out of the box first-person controllers, third-person controllers, top-down controllers. And they're all excellent. And keep your ears open because they're going to have some improvements in upcoming versions of Unreal. This means that we have all the player metrics that we need to get started with our level designs. In addition to player controllers, there's also a certain amount of built-in game that we can use. There are weapons, projectiles, climbing, and mantling, all sorts of things that we can use immediately within our game. In addition, there's some excellent in-engine geometry tools that we're going to take a look at fairly shortly. And world-renowned excellent lighting. When we create our levels and we populate it using Lumen, your levels are going to look awesome. And lastly, blueprints allow us to create gameplay really, really quickly, which means that we can create encounters, obstacles, events, and action really very quickly without using much code. And once our level designs are done, we can hand it off to the other members of the team who can use all of the other amazing tools that Unreal Engine offers. Unreal Engine is a great tool to start learning level design, and it's used professionally all over the place. Now, in your own career, you might need to use other engines. And one of the cool things about level design is that these skills are transferable. You can apply all the skills that we're learning in this course to whatever engine, whether it's 2D, 3D, whatever it is, they will all transfer. And that's awesome. All right, so let's start a new Unreal project. We're going to be using the first-person template. Let's make sure to give it a good name. And we can probably leave everything else as is, and let's create that project.
And here we are in the first-person template. Now, we're not going to be using this first-person template. We're going to create a new level. So let's go to the File menu, New Level, and we're going to create just an empty level. Okay, so this is our new level. In our content drawer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder I'm going to call this Coursera, and we're going to put all of our material in here. And let's start populating our world. The first thing I want to do is create a light source. Now I have my Place Actors panel open here. I'm going to choose Lights, and I'm going to first create just a directional light. This is going to act as our sunlight, and by default, it'll be there. Next, I'm just going to create a cube, just to give us an idea of where we are in space. And I'm going to rotate my light to give a good sense of what we're looking at. The first thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to bring in the level map that we created. But before we do, I want to make sure that it's formatted in the right way. So here in our image editor, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that our image that we've scanned of the level map is in a proportion that we can reuse once we bring it into the engine. So I'm going to make mine roughly 3:2. So 3 units wide to 2 units tall. So I'm using 3,000 pix for the width, 2,000 pix for the height. Resize that and save it, call it good. Now back in editor, I'm going to go to my content drawer, go to my Coursera folder. I'm going to make another new folder, and I'm going to call this Textures. And we're going to import our image to this folder. All right, we now have this new texture in this folder, and we're now going to create a material to put our texture on, and so we can lay it out in our world. So again, I'm going to keep my folders organized by creating another new folder, and then call this Materials. And inside Materials, I'm going to create a new material. I'm going to give it a prefix of M_. I'm just going to call this Level Map. Let's load this up. And in our level map, what we're going to do is we're just going to give it a base color of that texture. So I'm going to pull off from base color, and I'm going to look for texture. And we're going to look for texture sample right here, which is, we'll sample our texture across the whole material. We have an error here because we don't have a texture associated, but we can just pull off text here, search again for texture. This gives us our default texture. We can look here. We can find our level map texture. Now this is fairly basic. We're just going to use this to stretch across a plane, and we're going to put that plane in the world. Now there's much fancier ways of getting this sort of map or height elevation data into Unreal, but for the purposes of this introductory course, we're going to keep it really, really simple. I'm going to save that, close it up. And back in our main window, I'm going to drag on a plane. I'm going to center it to our world by clicking that reset button right here. And then I'm going to set my scale to be 750 wide and 500 deep. So if we view from our top view, this is our plane that'll define our world. Now, a cool trick in any of the orthographic views, so anything but the perspective view, is you can use the middle mouse button as a ruler. I could use my middle mouse button to stretch out, and this is roughly 75,000 units, which is 750 meters. And again, roughly 550,000 units, which is 500 meters. Looking good. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to apply that texture onto our plane. And you can do that by simply dragging and dropping from the content browser. And again, if we look from the top view, there's our map. So again, to review, what we did is we created a new project, used an empty level. Inside the level, we created a directional light to see stuff. We then imported our texture, created a new material, and attached our texture to that material. Created a plane, and then attached our material to that plane. And what this will do is that this will allow us to basically set up the rest of the project at the correct scale, so we can start creating landscapes and other gameplay assets in our Greybox. Make sure to save, and let's see you in the next video.
All right, in this video, we're going to take a look at how we can use our level map to create the landscape. The first thing we're going to do is create the landscape itself. Now, I won't be showing you all of the landscape tools here. Now, hopefully you've seen the prior Coursera courses that go through the landscape tool in a little bit more detail. I won't be able to cover all of the details of the landscape tool in this quick lesson. And indeed, there are better ways of getting your landscape into Unreal. But for this introductory course, I want to go through it from a very basic standpoint to show you how you can use your level map to create more landscape. So to create our landscape, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to step into the landscape mode, which you'll find up here in this drop-down. Now by default, it'll say create new with our new landscape. And usually it will default to 63 by 63 quads, 1 by 1 section, and 8 by 8. And you can see this doesn't quite cover our entire map. So what we can do is we can change our number of components here. I'm going to set this to 12. And that fills our entire map here, which is perfect. Now additionally, I'm going to set a texture for this. And the texture I'm going to set is called mi prototype grid underscore top dark. So if you just search for prototype, it's the one that's called mi prototype grid underscore top dark. And this is perfect for greyboxing because it basically shows us a topological view of the entire landscape that will align very nicely with the other texture we're using for when we create geometry, which will be this gray 2. And it will show you exactly where everything is on the map. So again, we're going to use mi underscore prototype grid top dark. Click the create button, and there's our landscape. And you'll see it up here in your outliner. Cool, so we've got a landscape. But before we start sculpting, what we're going to do is we're going to take our map and we're going to bump our map up a little bit and use that to help define the lowest part of our terrain. However, the lowest part of the terrain isn't at 0 because we will want to have that water, that body of water there. So we're going to, our lowest ground plane is going to be actually a little bit up off our water. So we're going to move our map a little bit higher. And in order to do that, we're just going to jump back into selection mode. Okay, so back in selection mode, we're going to select our plane. And what we're going to do is we're just going to bump it up on our z-axis. And I'm going to bump it up about 200 units, which is roughly 2 meters. So now our map is roughly 2 meters above our terrain. Once we have that, we can then jump back into the landscape mode and start using our sculpt tool to raise up the lowest area. And we're going to ignore this part right here, which is our lake, and this part here, which is our river. So remember, you can change your brush size and your brush fall off and your tool strength. I'm going to drop my tool strength down a little bit, but keep my brush size fairly large. And so I could just go in here, I might even bump that down even further, and just start putting in our lowest level of the terrain. We'll try and make room for our river. Okay, so that's a quick rough pass. I'm now going to go in and come a little closer and start tweaking up the details a little bit. And remember, you can use your shift key to push things down. Okay, so that's our first pass over the lowest level of our map. It's pretty rough, but we've put it in there and we can start playing with it a little bit later on. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the next level up in terms of terrain. And we're going to go through the same process, and I'm going to take that plane and I'm going to bump it up to be about the height that I want that level to be, and then we're going to start building that terrain up again. So we can jump back into selection, click on our plane, and I'm going to bump this up to be 1,000. And now I'm going to do these areas here in our darker green. And looking at it, seeing how these things are bumping up a little bit through that map, I might take this up to be 2,000 instead, just to give us a good difference between those two heights. All right, so I'm going to stop right here. And going through this seems like a good opportunity right now to use a different tool than just sculpt, because it's going to take a long time to bring a lot of that stuff up to the level that I want it to bring to. So instead, I'm going to use a different tool. I'm going to use the tool called Flatten, which is right here. And what Flatten will do is that you define the height, and it will either raise or lower the terrain to be that height. Cool way to do that is you can hit your Flatten Target tool here, grab your eyedropper, and I'm going to grab right along the edge here, which will set my height. Then I can paint, and I might even increase the tool strength here and the brush size. And as I paint, it will all sort of come to that height. Then later on, we can go in and we can start playing around and get a little bit more topology and a little bit more interest. But I just want to be able to bring a lot of this, a big chunk of this terrain up to the right height. Okay, so let's take a quick break here and we can see how's it looking. So I'm going to drop back into selection mode and I'm going to hide my plane. You can start to see that our terrain is starting to look pretty good. We've already got that cliff along the edge there. You can see where that lake would be right there. It's lower. And we've got an interesting series of sort of mesa-like geography here where our player will be able to jump and traverse through there. And again, we can go forth and add more stuff as we improve our level. Cool. Our next stage is now to do that third layer. And I'm going to go through the same process of selecting the plane. I'm going to bring this up to be, let's go 4,000. And show it again. And there's our top layer. I'm going to hop back into landscape mode. For flatten, I'm going to increase my target flatten to be 4,100. Let's try 4,200, which will bring us to 2 meters above the map itself. So we should be able to see how things look. All right, so there's our third level. I'm going to step back into selection. I'm going to hide my plane again, and we're going to see how we're looking. We're doing okay. Definitely needs some more interest and needs more height variability, but it's a great start. That's accurate to what we were hoping to do with our map. So from here on out, you can go in here and you can start tweaking with the map itself, making things a little sharper, a little smoother. Use all the tools that you have available here in your landscape. I strongly recommend starting with, after you've finished with your major sculpting, starting with some noise and then using your erosion and hydro tool to make sure that you have some interesting variability in the terrain itself. All right, so after spending some time working on this map, I thought I would show you some of the end result, kind of the point at which I want to move on. A couple things to point out. One, that I did go through and I made a lot more terrain and a lot more interest, and we'll take a closer look in a second. Number two, I also went through and cleaned up my outliner, put things in folders, labeled everything, make sure everything is named correctly. That's a really important thing to do. Number 3, I also added a sky atmosphere and a sky light. And they can both be added from this menu here. And that just gives me a little bit of more atmosphere and sky for the level itself. I did add some water, so I added a plane with water on it, and then I added a couple small lakes that you can see up in here where the water is going to flow down to this pool down here. And lastly, I added a player start, which is going to be where the guardhouse is going to be over in this section. So that way when we hit play, we'll always start in the same spot. So again, went through, did a little bit more detail work on our terrain, added our sky atmosphere and skylight, added added some water and some lakes, and then added a player start and made everything neat and tidy in our outliner. So we can now see, once I hit play, that we're in our terrain. And as we move out towards here, and pass through what this is going to be the guardhouse, we'll come up over this edge, and then we'll see the terrain before us. And over on that far part right there is where the abbey is going to be. And I forgot to hide the map, but down there is our lake. This is going to be the cliff that once we go down, we won't be able to return from. And coming up here, we'll have our branch, whether to go to the lake or to this far area with the abbey. So again, this is kind of the detail work I put in here. It didn't take long. A lot of it was just messing around. And again, with level design, we want it to be as fast and as loose as possible. Nothing is precious, so if we need to delete this whole thing, we absolutely can delete the whole thing without a moment's hesitation. Hi, welcome back. In this video, we'll be tackling the guardhouse and the abbey, and we'll be using a different technique for each one. So we're going to start with the guardhouse. So make sure you've got your map ready. You've got an area that's roughly flat. Doesn't need to be perfect. Someplace that we can start placing our geometry for the guardhouse. Now for the guardhouse, what we're going to do is we're going to use pretty much the most primitive way of making geometry or buildings. And that is simply placing down cubes and adjusting, scaling, and rotating the cubes until we've got something that we want. Now this is a very primitive way of doing it, but it's really effective because you can do this very, very quickly. You can change it very quickly. You can edit it. You can toss it away. It doesn't matter. It's all very rough, but it's very playable and very quick. So let's get started. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to put down a cube roughly the size about what we want our guardhouse to be. So with our Place Actors tab open, we're just going to grab a cube and place it roughly here. Now in our transform, I'm going to scale the cube to be the size that we want it to be. In this case, I want my X to be about 20 and my Y to be, let's say, 14. So that's going to be the flat base of our guardhouse. And I'm going to move it a little bit better to where we want it to go. Now, next, what we're going to do is we're going to start locking down our grid. What this will allow us to do is that this will allow us to move our cubes very, very quickly and have them snap in roughly the places that we want them to be. There's two things that we need to consider as we do this. The first one is to make sure that this pad that we're putting down right now is aligned with our grid. And secondly, not to worry too much about everything being on grid, because we can take the entire guardhouse once we're done, turn off the grid and rotate it to be a little bit less on grid. So first thing we're going to do is make sure that our pad here is on our grid. If we take a look at our coordinates here, we want everything to be on the 100. So this 60 is no good, the 55 is no good, this 55 is no good either. So we can just round this up. Instead of 60, we're making it at 200. And I'm going to make this 600. And this, I'm going to do 4,400. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so that's a little off our terrain, but that's okay, because we can always edit the terrain afterwards once we have the final placement of where we want it to go. So now that our cube, our pad is on the grid, we want to make sure that our grid is set to nice, convenient numbers. And again, our grid is up here. If you remember from prior episodes, from the earlier courses, our grid is up here. This is our translate grid, our rotate grid, and our scale grid. So by default, I'm going to switch this to be 100. So now every time it moves, it will move on meter increments, which is great for what we want for a building. For rotation, I'm going to change this rotation to be 90 degrees because at the moment, all we really want is a rectilinear building. Pretty simple. So everything is going to be at 90 degrees. If we want to change this, if we want to have a sloped roof, for example, then we can go and change that snapping. But for now, 90 degrees is great. And lastly, our scale. I'm going to set our scale to 1. And what this means is that it would always be in 1 meter increments once we place our cube. So we've placed our pad. We've made sure our pad is on 100 units snapping to the grid. We've changed our grid units, the translate to be 100, our rotate to be 90, and our scale to be 1. And now we're ready to start placing down other cubes to build our building. And this process is relatively straightforward. But before we do that, we want to make sure that our outliner is looking clean. We don't want to have a messy outliner. So, 2 things we need to do. First, we need to name our pad. And secondly, we need to place all of the cubes that we're going to be making into one directory or folder and name that. So I'm going to start off by renaming our cube to be pad. I'm going to actually call this guardhouse pad. And I'm going to place our guardhouse pad in a new directory. And I'm going to name that guardhouse. All right, so we now have a new directory called guardhouse, and our pad here is called guardhouse pad. And now we can start placing objects. The first thing I'm going to do is lay down a nice tidy wall. So this is our first wall here. Now remember, as you place in these objects, you can always hold down the Alt key and drag off one of your axes, and you can create a duplicate. So those are my 2 walls right there. And then what I'm looking at right now is those walls are pretty thick, which is fine for prototyping, but they are 1 meter thick. And I might later on take a look at possibly changing these to, instead of using 1 as my snapping grid, change that to 0.5. Which means that I can reduce the size of those walls to be a little bit thinner. And then to change, once we do that, we'll need to change our snap to be 50 instead. And then that'll snap nicely. So continue making some walls. And remember, you can always hold down the Alt key and drag out. And use your W, E, and R keys to change your gizmo. And at the moment, we have it snapped to rotating at 90 degrees, so that works out. And in this case, I'm going to scale this down to make sure that I can leave room for a door. So there's a front door there. And in the back of the building, I'm also going to place a door. But this case, the door is going to be on the other side. So you can see our building is starting to come together a little bit. I am going to put an intermediary wall in between. So we have 2 sections. Now the player is going to start in this room, and they'll have the opportunity to either go into here and have the narrative conversation in this room, or they can exit out the back and possibly even avoid all the narration. But I do want them to have the ability to have a choice right at the start of the game and possibly explore around the back and see other opportunities that might be back there. And perhaps this is a good time now to have a quick test to see if the scale of our building is working the way we want it to work. So I'm going to find my player start here, and I'm going to bump it up to where I need it to be. Remember, the end key drops any object down to the next collision.
And if we play, that's the size of our room. The ceiling height is looking good. This door is perhaps a little wide. And there we go. Once we can get outside. Cool. So I'm going to fix the width of that opening. Now I do want to have a second floor on this, so I'm going to grab this pad and copy it up. Take a look inside. That's pretty good. And then let's take a look at building the second floor. Now I'm just doing this by sight. But remember, you can always use your direct numbers right here if you want to directly scale. We don't need to have another door here. Ultimately, I am going to want to have a window somewhere on this floor so that if the player does make it up here, then they'll get a nice view out the window where they need to go. But for now, I'm just going to leave that as is. So you can see this is a very, very quick way of creating very simple geometry. And for the purposes of the guardhouse, in which there's no combat, there's going to be some dialogue and some exploration. White boxing like this or gray boxing like this is totally fine. We are going to want to make sure that the player can get to that top floor. And we'll look at that a little bit later on. So let's play this again. And that's fundamentally our guardhouse. Okay, there's a couple more things that we want to do to this guardhouse before we leave. We want to apply some materials, and we want to get some lighting in there. So first, applying materials. You should feel free to add any materials you like. There's a particular material that I like to use when prototyping and greyboxing because it allows me to see exactly where things and objects fit within a landscape and within the level itself. And so I'm going to apply that material across all of the cubes that we've made here in our guardhouse. So I'm going to select all of our cubes and our pads in the guardhouse. And instead of basic shape material, I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to type prototype. And I'm going to choose prototype gray 2. Now, what this material does is that this material applies a grid across all of the object. And that grid, when you use prototype 2, is aligned to the world and not to the object. So you can see how the landscape and the object have the same grid applied to them. You can see where these grid lines line up across the landscape and across the objects. So this allows you to see how the object is placed within the world itself. Once we have this grid, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all of the guardhouse again, and I'm just going to rotate it off grid. Oops. I forgot to change my snapping, so let's change the snapping up here, and I'm going to snap to 10-degree increments. So you can see that material stays aligned to the world. And I'm going to just rotate it a little bit. And you can see those grid lines are still aligned across the landscape and the object itself. All right, next up, we're going to add a little bit of lighting inside. We don't need too much, but a little bit helps. We can just grab a point light, drag it into our world, place it where we need it to be. Change the intensity to get it where we want it to be. So now when we apply the world, we've got a little bit of lighting. I'm also going to place this in our guardhouse. So again, this technique is very, very primitive, but it gets the job done. And the more you work at it, refining your cubes, the better your object is going to look as a whole. But don't do that too much because, again, the idea of this stage of level design is to get things down, make it quick, make it dirty. You can toss things if you need to, but you're just trying to get the general layout. Next steps in terms of this are not only refining the cubes itself, possibly adding windows, and raising and lowering the landscape so that you don't have these gaps in the bottom. In the next section, we'll take a look at a couple more tools that you can use to make your prototyping and your gray box objects a little bit more refined, a little bit more sophisticated, and have a little bit more control over them. We'll see you there.
Welcome back. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at some of the modeling tools that are built into Unreal Editor as of versions 5.2, 5.3, and 5.4. There are a lot of modeling tools, and a lot of them go pretty deep. And again, this is a beginner course, and especially a course geared towards level design, not modeling. So please do research. If you find particular tools that you like, have a deep dive, check out the Epic developer site, and look around for some tutorials. Okay, to access the modeling tools, you need to change from selection mode to modeling mode right here. And this gives you a series of tools along this left-hand side. And within each one of these tools, you'll find a series of more tools within each one, subtools. So we're going to take a look at several of these. First thing we're going to take a look at is CubeGrid. And what we're going to use CubeGrid for is we're going to use CubeGrid to create a very, very simple lake house right here, right by our lake. CubeGrid is a great alternative to the technique that we saw in the last video of just placing cubes and moving them around. How CubeGrid works is that it defines a grid across the whole scene and allows you to push and pull the geometry back and forth to create shapes. If you've ever used a tool like SketchUp, the workflow here is very, very similar to SketchUp. So the way you use it is you click on CubeGrid right here, and this gives you several tools here. Now, by default, our grid frame origin is at 0, 0, 0. However, we want to make sure that we're on this level plane. A couple different ways of doing it, but a very simple way of doing it is to step back into landscape mode, use your flatten tool with your eyedropper. You can click on that, and that'll give you this number, 3.323. And that's the height of that plane right there. I could step back into modeling mode in my cube grid, and then in my origin here along the z-axis, I could type 323, and that'll place my grid to be on this flat plane right here. You can see as I move my cursor around, this yellow square appears in discrete chunks. This is how you draw your initial shape. So I'm going to have a shape roughly about like this. And again, it's very useful to see the dimensions being placed as we go. So I've selected all of these squares along my grid. What I can now do is push and pull the geometry up and down. And the way you do it is by selecting these two buttons right here. Alternatively, you can also use the E key to pull and the Q key to push, which is quite convenient as you've got your hands on the WASD key to begin with. So once I've got my squares selected, I could hit the E key and that will bump up geometry. And I can keep hitting the E key and bump that further and further up. Alternatively, I can hit the Q key and it will bump it back down again. So E key pulls it up, Q key pushes it back down again. Okay, so let's make a lake house. I'm going to hit the cube grid key. I've got my height set to 323, which is the height of this flat plane. And I'm going to select quite a large area here. And I'm going to hit the E key to pull it up. Next, I'm going to create the interior space by deselecting and selecting everything that I want to carve out and hitting the Q key to push it down again. So you can now see I've got that area carved out inside. To create a door, I could just select the area that I'd like to be the door, hit the Q key, and it pushes it through and creates that doorway. Likewise, if I wanted a window, I could hit the Q key, create a window. And as you can see, it's a very quick way of establishing some pretty good geometry just by pushing and pulling. If I wanted to create a roof on this, I can again select this whole area, hit the E key, and seal that off. So now it's a closed box that we're inside. Now, of course, you aren't limited to the grid size being 100 units. Your grid power right here allows you to change the size of the grid that you're operating with. So, for example, I can change the grid power to be 4, and now my grid is slightly smaller. So I can add detail to my model. Likewise, if I increase my grid power to 6, it means that the squares that I'm selecting are larger. Now for our lake house, we don't need this extra top bit, so I'm going to push that back down again. We're back to our flat roof. Now you're also not stuck just using cubes. If, for example, I wanted to have a pitched roof for this house, then I could switch over to use what's called corner mode. And I'm going to select half this roof. And by clicking corner mode, it then activates these 4 dots in the corner. You can then select the corners that you'd like to operate on, and using the same E and Q key, push things up and down. And you can see that you start to have a pitched roof. To get out of corner mode, you can hit the Z key, and that gives you your tools back again. And I can select the next part of the roof here, slip into corner mode, select the corners that I want to operate on, create a pitched roof. Again, Z key escapes you out of corner mode. You're also not stuck to a grid that's aligned to the world. You can rotate the grid using your grid frame orientation, or by using the Show Gizmo tool, which will show the gizmo at the center of the world, which might be too far for what we're looking at. But you can also rotate along any of these axes and have your grid be rotated too. So in this case, I can create another shape off to the side here that's not aligned with the other building as a whole. When you're all ready and you're done with your cube grid, just laying out the object itself, you can then click the Accept tool, and that will translate your cube grid activity into a static mesh. You can see right here, cube grid tool output as a static mesh. Which you can translate and scale just as you need to. All right, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a bridge. And by creating the bridge, I'm going to use the Create tools in modeling mode, select Box, which gives us this nice box. Now we don't want it 1 by 1, so I'm going to change some of these numbers up here. My width is going to be 1,000. My depth is 400. And I'm going to say 50 for my height, which gives me this shape right here. Now I'm not quite ready yet because I want to make sure that I have enough geometry for it to deform correctly. So I'm going to turn on my show wireframe here so I can see what's happening, and I can see I don't have that much geometry here. So I'm going to increase my width subdivision to be 10 and my depth subdivision to be 4. And you can see I've got a little bit more geometry to play around with there. Place it roughly where it needs to be. And then accept the creation. So now we've got this shape here. Now we're going to use the Deform tool up here to bend it over. And that's the Warp tool here. So I'm going to click on the Warp tool, and the Warp tool gives you several handles. It gives you the range that you're going to warp along, and then the distance you're going to warp. Now you'll notice that we're warping in the wrong direction. So I'm going to rotate my gizmo. Until it's aligned with my object. And then I'm going to use the handles to warp my object into the shape I want. Click Accept. And I know I've got a nicely bent bridge. So take a look at some of these deform tools. They can be really, really useful. Okay, so now we're going to try tackling the Abbey. And to tackle the Abbey, we're going to use the Create tools in the modeling mode found right here. So we've taken a look at Cube Grid, and we made our lake house. And now we're going to look at the rest of these tools. And if you're familiar with any sort of modeling tool, then a lot of these tools would be recognizable. So if we remember from our map, we have a main cylinder for our Abbey that extends up. So we're just going to create the cylinder tool here, place it down, and I'm going to set my radius to be 1400 and my height to be 2000. My radial slices to be 40. Now, by default, it's going to be set fairly low, and you can see that the resolution of our cylinder gets pretty bad. So I'm just going to increase that and make it nice and smooth to be about 40. It's a large object. We're not going to be missing much speed, in terms of rendering this many polygons. This is nothing. So there's our cylinder. Hopefully it'll stand up nice as a silhouette. Once you have this all created, you can click Accept, and then that becomes a static mesh right here. Now we know our Abbey is hollow on the inside and open on the top. So I'm just going to create another cylinder, and I'm going to use the Boolean tools to carve out the middle. So I can just duplicate this, shift it to be in the exact same position, and then I'm going to use my Scale tool to lower my diameter. So that gives us a nice base right there to extract. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to remove the center cylinder from the outer cylinder and just leave a shell. This is a Boolean subtract operation, which again, if you've used any modeling tools, should be immediately recognizable. So the way this works is that I'm going to select the outer ring first and then the inner ring. I'm going to go to my model mode and I'm going to click on Boolean, and that subtracts the second object from the first object. Click accept, and then it's done. You've got your geometry. Now, in addition to having no roof, our design for this abbey has the top sections collapsed a little bit. So what I'm going to use to generate this is something called the plane cut tool. With my object selected, I'm going to click on plane cut, and that gives me this plane. You can see this grid and a gizmo to control the plane. And you can see as I move this up and down, it cuts away at my geometry. So I'm just going to rotate my plane until it cuts away at the geometry at about the angle that I want. That looks good. Click accept, and we've got the new geometry here. All right, so our next step is now we want to create a couple of entrances to our abbey. The front entrance, which is going to be larger, and then the back entrance where the player will initially come into the building, which is going to be smaller. And the way we're going to do this is we're actually going to start manipulating the geometry itself. So the first step we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this geometry, and we're going to see how we need to change it. So if I click on the polygroup edit, with my object selected, click on polygroup edit, you can see the geometry right here. You can see the triangulation. And I can also see that there's no ring loops going around at all. So there's not much I can do to manipulate the geometry here to create a hole. But I can select this outside shell, click on the Cut Faces tool, click once there, and then that cuts an entire way around this object. So they're two separate objects now. Then what I can do is I can click on with my bottom half selected, I can click on my Decompose button, which separates all of those triangles. And I can grab those 4 triangles at the front and then use the push-pull tool, which is just like the cube grid tool. And I can push in to create a hole. And I can do the same thing on the other side to create the smaller hole. Once I'm ready, I can click accept, and that confirms my choices. There's another tool I'd like to show you called the Polycut tool. And what the Polycut tool does is that it defines a shape along this grid that will punch holes throughout your entire geometry. So you can see the shape right there, that rectangle, and you can choose the shape that you want to do here. There's a circle, square, rectangle, and so forth. I've made my width 200, my height 400, and I'm going to rotate my gizmo so it's vertical. And you can see how it punches a hole right there, and in addition, it punches a hole on the other side as well. So I can click accept, and then that hole, as a window, goes through the entire thing. So there are some tools available to you in the modeling mode. Now this polygroup edit tool is easily the most powerful, and there's a couple things that I want to show you so that you know how to use it. One of the most important things to pay attention to is your selection filter right here. This chooses whether you're going to choose vertices, edges, or faces. So this is just the vertices. Just edges. Or just faces. That way, when you do start using some of these other tools, you're aware of what operation you're doing on what kind of geometry. One additional detail that I'd like to go through with you, because it helps out with our current level design, is the addition of stairs. So there's a stairs tool that lets you create a set of stairs. You can define how many steps, step width, step height, step depth, and make those stairs as large or as small as you like. Now in our case, it's quite useful because not only can you make linear steps, but you can make curved steps as well. So we can have our steps line the outside edge of the interior of the abbey. So I'm going to increase the inner radius until it matches roughly the inside of our abbey. And then I'm going to play around with the step height and number of steps until we have a nice playable set of stairs. I think it's just really cool that we've got steps built in to the engine. Very, very useful for level designers. Hi, in this video we're going to talk a little bit about exporting from Unreal. As you start to finalize your level design, you're creating assets within Unreal. Those assets eventually are going to need to be replaced by real models and real assets made by people who specialize in that discipline. And it's very convenient to be able to package up the stuff that you've made and deliver it to them so they can get it to the right size, the right scale, and in the right spot. So there will be times in which you will want to take the stuff that you've made in Unreal using the modeling tools and export it so that your artists can create the new assets in their own DCCs outside of Unreal. So to show you how this works, I'm going to grab all the assets that we made for our guardhouse. So those are all of these assets right here. And I'm going to use my modeling tools using the X-form set of tools to merge them together. This will take all of those different static meshes and combine them into one static mesh that you can then export and deliver to your artists. So with all of those static meshes selected, I'm just going to click Merge. It's going to create a new object, and I'm going to name this Combined Guardhouse. Now by default, it will delete everything that you've used to create this asset, which is fine in this case. But just be careful, it does delete everything else and replace it with the new mesh. So once you've made that, you can then click the Accept button, and it merges it down into one combined guardhouse. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit the pivot to make sure that the pivot is at the base and roughly in the center of our asset. So I'm going to click on the Edit Pivot tool, and using the gizmo, move my pivot down to the bottom and roughly in the middle of our asset. And usually it's a good idea to also try to align your pivot with the rough angle that you've made in rotating your asset. Now in this instance, it doesn't need to be exact, but there are times that you will need to have it exact. So just really pay attention to where you're placing this. You can also use these box positions here to be able to define it very quickly. So for example, I might hit bottom and set that to the bottom of my box. Once you have it where you want it, click the Accept button, and it recreates that asset with the pivot where you want it. Now, once you have this asset made, and you have the pivot where you want it, then what we need to do is we need to export to our DCC. And the way we do this is we have to find this asset, our combined guardhouse, in the content browser. And that's pretty easy to do by clicking this button right here in our static mesh, and it will locate it in our content browser. We can then right-click on that asset. Under Asset Actions, we can export. It'll ask us where to export. And by default, it will be an FBX file. Then you'll get options for exporting to FBX. And usually these will be fine, and you can just kind of leave it as is. But if you want to dig any deeper, please do. Otherwise, just click Export. And we now have our asset exported and ready for an artist to pick up and recreate. Welcome back. We've taken a look at a lot of the modeling tools that are built into Unreal. There are a couple other options that you can use to bring in prototyping assets to use in creating your levels. And we're going to look at 3 of them right now. The first one we're going to look at are the assets that just come with your Unreal project if you use any of the first-person or third-person sample projects. And you'll find them in your content drawer. There are 2 different places that you might want to check out. The first one is a level prototyping directory right here. And inside here, you've got materials, meshes, and textures. If you look in your meshes, you've got some fairly simple rudimentary assets. A couple of cubes, a cylinder, a quarter cylinder, and a ramp. Now these can be really useful, dropping them in there, but you've seen how you can also use your modeling tools, and those might be a little faster to use. But there are some good assets in here. Take a look at some of the materials. We'll see these also in the materials video. And you could also take a look at your starter content. There's a little bit more stuff here that might be useful. And we could take a look in architecture, where you have some really useful walls with doors and windows. And in addition, you also have some props, chairs, lamps, more stairs, things like that. Now there isn't a whole lot here, but some of it can be quite useful. One thing you might want to check out is in the Blueprints directory. You have the BP Light Studio. What the BP Light Studio does is that if you drop it into a brand new empty level, it provides your skylight, directional light, sun, and some atmosphere. It can be quite useful just to throw in the first thing you do as you create a new level. So there are some assets. There's a couple of them in there. Some of them can be quite useful. There's 2 other places I do want to talk about that you might be able to find a little bit more useful assets. And those 2 places are Quixel Bridge and the Epic Games Marketplace. Let's look at the Marketplace first. You could find that under the Window menu, Open Marketplace. This will take you to your Epic Games launcher, where you can see that you can purchase assets that people made, and there's a lot of useful stuff in here. Strongly recommend every month checking out what's free. There's some cool stuff in here. But also, if you go into the free menu here, there's the permanently free collection. And this permanently free collection lives up to its name. It's assets that are totally free for the entire time. And there's a lot of really cool stuff in here that you can pick apart. I recommend, especially for level design, checking out your tags and checking out environments. You could pull these in and pull those assets apart. Modular is really good because those are assets that are designed to be pulled apart. And of course, props. There's some excellent stuff there that's free for the entirety. You can check it out. Additionally, we've got Quixel Bridge. Under the window menu, go down to Quixel Bridge. And Quixel Bridge is associated with the Megascans collection, which has some really amazing materials, textures, and assets. And we can take a look under 3D assets, and you can see all of these categories. There's some great stuff that you could dig into. In building, for example, you've got a bunch of different assets that you can use here. So we can pull down a lot of these modular assets and use them immediately in our scenes. We've now added these to our scenes, and we could find them in the content drawer under Megascans. While using these, it's a good idea to make sure that your snapping is set to something useful so that you can line them up quite quickly. Again, you could find us under the window menu, Quixel Bridge, 3D assets, and make sure to drill down in all of these because there's some really, really cool stuff. Now it's going to be up to you and your team to figure out exactly how much set dressing you want to do using these pre-made assets. The trade-off being you can build this stuff that looks fantastic very quickly versus something that is pre-made, pre-designed, and might not exactly fit with the type of game that you're making. So make sure to figure out that trade-off back and forth, and remember that in level design and in prototyping, anything can be thrown away. Nothing is precious, so having these pre-made assets is really fantastic because we can just toss it if we need to and replace it with something custom. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to be talking about materials for level design. Now we've taken a look at a couple materials, principally the prototyping materials. And these are fantastic because they show you to scale exactly how large things are and how they fit in relation to the world grid. But what happens if we want to have a little bit more customization to these materials? Well, like everything else in Unreal, we can go right in there and customize away. But first, let's take a look at how these materials are operating. So these materials are all material instances based upon this one material called the M prototype grid, which defines the grid pattern. These three other materials, material prototype gray, gray 2, and top dark, all draw upon this one material and change it in slightly different ways. So we have a cube here, and I'm going to apply just the simple material instance prototype grid gray. And that shows you this is a 2x2 grid. Now with this first one, if I rotate, you can see that the material rotates with me. So the material is local to that asset. If I switch to Material Prototype Grid Gray 2, this grid is now aligned to the world, and so as I rotate it, that grid does not move. It stays fixed and aligned to the world. Lastly, Prototype Top Dark applies a dark surface to any area, any surface that is horizontal to the plane. So as I rotate this, different parts of the cube will turn darker gray based upon its relation to the horizontal plane. Cool. So let's say we would like to have an instance of this local grid, except we want to change the color of this grid. Well, it's super easy for us to do. What we first need to do is we need to make a copy of this prototype grid gray material instance. Then we can change the color as needed. So in our content drawer, we're going to find material instance prototype grid gray, and we're going to make a duplicate of it. Now I'm going to move this out of this directory, level prototyping materials, and put it into our directory over here. This materials directory right here. Just to keep it clean. Once we have it copied over, we can double click, which opens this up in our editor. And you can see there's our grid. And over on our right here, we have variables for the surface properties. So we can take any of these variables and change the color. We could even change how the grid is operating in the world. So now I can take this cube and apply my red color to it. It still maintains the grid, which allows us to see exactly how big it is, but we can now change the color and start decorating our world if we need to with different colors. I could have just as easily called this material instance prototype grid underscore red or material instance prototype grid underscore non-traversable, or some other gameplay feature that we want to draw attention to. So you can do this with any one of these grids. Color coordinating your levels is a fantastic way of communicating exactly your intentions behind those levels. And again, because most of these assets are going to be replaced anyway, it's a good idea to be as clear as possible as to your intentions. Now we also have this large landscape, and at the moment the landscape is very gray. When we're initially prototyping our level designs, it's probably not a good idea to start painting this and making it look super realistic, adding foliage, and using all of our landscape tools. Because again, this all might get tossed or it might get changed. We want to make sure that with our prototype that we're being as clear as simple as possible, communicating our intentions without overdoing it on time. But what if we wanted to indicate on our landscape some of the pathing or some other types of information using colors? Well, what we can do is we can change around with that landscape material. This gets a little bit more complicated, but it's not too bad. Let's take a look. At the moment, our landscape material is using the material instance prototype grid top dark. And this shows us using where these lighter areas are very, very steep and the darker areas are not, which is quite useful when we want to talk about whether an area is traversable or not. So chances are good that a player will not be able to walk along the lighter areas. But one of the cool things about the Unreal Landscape tool is that we could paint on it. And usually this means you can paint different textures, like creating a beach, creating darker areas where the fields are, creating lighter areas where it's drier. But for level design, We can also use these to paint our intentions about traversing this map. So to start with, we're going to make another duplicate. Now in this case, what we're going to do is, because we're going to actually mess around with the blueprint of the material, we don't want the material instance. We want the actual material, which in this case is M prototype grid. So I'm going to make a duplicate of this and call it M prototype grid underscore landscape. And move it into our materials folder. Now if we open this up, you can see the blueprint that defines this material. In this top gray section is where the material gets assembled and outputted to a base color with roughness. In these three sections, it defines the background color, the grid color, and the subgrid color. Now here's where we can start to play around with how this looks in our landscape. So let's change the background color to begin with. The way we can start painting in our landscape is by adding a special node to our material here. And this node is going to be a landscape layer blend. And this defines all the different layers that we can use to paint in our landscape. And at the moment there are none defined. There's nothing in here. So we need to define a couple of them. So over here in our properties and our details, we have our layers array, which currently has nothing in it. So I'm going to add 2 different layers. And if you open them up, you can name them. So I'm going to name this grid, which is just going to be our standard grid. And the next one, I'm going to name this primary path. So we now have 2 different layers that we can paint with in our landscape. I'm going to connect the layer grid simply from where it was before. So now layer grid will just perform exactly as the standard material. And down here, what we're going to do is we're going to blend this material with a color to allow us to paint with a different color. So to do this, I'm going to set up a color by creating a constant 3 vector, which specifies our color. And then I'm going to use a blend. And in this case, I think blend overlay will work pretty well. I'm going to grab our top surface color to the base and blend it with our color and return the result to this layer, our primary path layer. I'll apply that to make sure it works. Save it, and now we're going to hop back to our landscape. I'm going to change the material that we're using to our M prototype grid landscape. And I'm going to hop into the landscape mode and to our paint tab. Now we have 2 different layers here. These are our 2 different layers that we can use. However, before we can use that, take a look at this. This layer has no layer info assigned yet. You must create or assign a layer info before you can paint on this layer. So before we can start painting on these layers, we need to define what those layers are. And the way we do that is by clicking on this little plus button right here. And we're going to create a weight blended layer. By default, it names it with our layer and places it in our shared assets. And we're going to do the same with our primary path. So now we have 2 different layers that we can paint with. So we can very easily indicate on our map where we're expecting our players to go. Our grid still nicely shows up. And we can always paint over and get rid of it as we need to. In our material, we could add as many landscape layers as we want by clicking on this button to add more elements. We can also choose by clicking this button right here, the default value of the top surface color, whether we still see where things are too steep. So there's a couple cool different ways that you can use materials and color in your levels to indicate some of your intentions. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk a little bit about lighting for level design and how we can do it in Unreal Engine 5. So I've stripped the level of any lights, so it's pitch black in there. And I'm doing that because I want to build the lighting from the ground up, or from the sky down, I guess is more accurate. And we're going to do several passes with the lighting. The first pass is going to be just the global lighting across the whole level. And the intention behind this pass is to make sure that the players can see everything that they need to see. Next, we're going to do a pass based upon the critical path, or around points of interest that we want to highlight and make sure that the player is aware of, and we can emphasize that these are destinations. Then we're going to do a third pass based upon gameplay or other details that we want to emphasize on a smaller scale. Lastly, we could do a mood pass based upon general lighting that we want to make sure that things are seen, and we can change colors around to give some atmosphere. Again, we're building a prototype here. Anything can and will be thrown away, so we're not going to spend too much time on defining the lights, but we want to make sure that it looks good and it indicates the intention for the level. Okay, so as you can see, I've taken away all the lights from our level. The first thing we're going to want to do is we're going to drop in a global light that's going to light up everything. And I'm going to go into my content drawer, and I'm going to find my starter content, blueprints, and I'm going to drag in a BP Light Studio blueprint actor. Now, as we've seen, this actor has several components. It's got a skybox, a previs arrow that tells us the direction that the light is pointing, a height fog, and a skylight. I've left in my sky atmosphere from prior to because that's not a light, but it does offer some interaction with the light source itself. Okay, so we have our light now across the whole thing. It's very red, and that's principally because it's now raking horizontal to our surface, which means that it's either sunrise or sunset, which is why we've got this red light. We can rotate it, and as we rotate it, you can see the colors turn more and more to blue until we're looking basically at noon right about here. And the sun sets again. So that's how that's working. Now for this level, there's several things that we can do for the global lighting. Several things that we can choose. But thinking back on our level intentions, we want the player to be able to leave this guardhouse and very quickly see that that is our final destination that we want to get to for this level, the Abbey towards the end. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the light source, the sunlight, effectively be somewhere over here so we can get a nice silhouette on that shape. Now this object itself doesn't need to be anywhere because it's operating across a sky dome. So I can rotate this, point it a little bit towards the player. Until we start to get some nice contrast between the sky and the Abbey. This is looking pretty good. Any lower and I fear it might get too dark. We could try it out. Yeah, that's a little too dark. It's a nice silhouette, but it's a little too dark. So I might drop it up to be about there. It's pretty clear that that's our destination. The neat thing about this BP Light Studio is that it does add atmospheric effects. However, it doesn't add any clouds. So you can see we've got a pretty cloudless day going on here. There's a quick fix for that if you do want to have clouds, and why not? Because it's very fast. We can just go to this Add to the Project, go down to Visual Effects, and choose Volumetric Cloud. And that will automatically drop in some clouds for us. And you're welcome to play around with the values for the clouds to get something that you really like. So far this is looking pretty good. As the player leaves the guardhouse, you have a lot of organic shapes, but then a very distinct inorganic shape over here that hopefully the player will follow the path along here, come out, and see what's laying out there ahead of them, and that's their destination to the Abbey. So it's a nice quick way of getting the whole level lit and looking really good. Okay, now we're going to step inside and we're going to start to do a little bit more of our critical path lighting. And because we're inside and there's no lights, it's quite dark. But one effect that we do want to have is we want to be able to have this very hot, bright point of light outside of our dimly lit interior. That's going to lead our player out to this outside world, where they can then see the Abbey as the final destination. You could even get a nice framing effect here between the dark, the light, and then the dark again. But it's pretty dark. And there's certain gameplay elements that we would like to point out while we're in this space. So I'm going to turn it from lit to unlit so we can see what's in here. I've placed a fireplace here, and over in here we've got a little bit more objects and the stairs going up. So to start off with, let's get some light from the fireplace. If you go to Replace Actors tab, there is a separate tool set for lights, which gives us a whole bunch of different types of light. For this particular instance, I'm just going to grab a point light, the simplest of lights, and drop it in our fireplace right here. Then we can jump back into lit and see what it's doing. And as we can see, that's a pretty blazingly hot fireplace. That might be a little too much. So, looking at our details, there's several things that we can change. We can change the intensity. And we can change the color. And this is starting to look pretty good, just in terms of having a lit fireplace. And it will offer us a little bit of context that we're in this world here, in this space. Next, we're going to move into this room here. And I want to be able to have the player make sure that they can see something up here, that there's stairs up here, just in terms of the pathing. So up the stairs here, I'm going to place a couple of these point lights. And I'm going to pretend that they are, say, wall sconces for torches. Just so that as the player leaves this room, there's a little bit of indication up there that there might be something of interest up there as well. Okay, next what we're going to do is we're going to make both of these rooms just a little bit brighter so that the player can see what's going on. But before we do, you have to know that lighting in a video game doesn't necessarily adhere to the strictest of physical models, of physical realities. There's a lot of cheating that we do in video games, just like there's cheating in films in terms of lighting. We are valuing the end result over the accuracy of the physical model. So we're going to cheat a little bit here, just in terms of brightening up this room in general, so the player can see a little bit more about what's going on. So I'm going to use a rect light, which is often used for things like fluorescent lights. But in our case, we don't have any fluorescent lights in this world, so it would be completely inaccurate to use. But I'm just going to place one up here, and let's take a look at what that does. So that's pretty bright. You can see it's got that sort of fluorescent-y light feel to it. So let's tweak it to make sure that it's just sitting just barely there. And maybe give a little bit of color to it. And so now the player can actually see around the world. This room could also use one. And I'm going to make this even dimmer. So this is the room with this light on and the room with the light off. You can see it does light up the room quite a lot, but not too much. Not unrealistically so much. All right, so let's switch over here, back outside again. And we're looking out across the terrain that their player is going to be moving across. We've got this really nice silhouette here of this inorganic shape that the player is going to be drawn towards. However, we also have a building down here, the lakeside building, which is really, really hard to see right now because it's being hidden by these sort of hills right here. So it's very washed out. There's very little tonal or color contrast happening down here. So let's fix that. We did put some windows in the building, so we can place some lights inside of that building, and hopefully those windows and that inorganic shape will pop. So let's head down there. All right, we're inside of our lake house. And I'm just going to put another point light here. Now the purpose of this point light is so that the building itself can be seen clearly from pretty far away. So I want it to be quite bright. However, it's probably going to be too bright for once the player gets here. So this is a situation in which you might even want to have a blueprint for this light so that if the player is very far away, it's much brighter than it needs to be. But as the player approaches it, then it dims that light to the point that it becomes a little bit more realistic. So let's head back to our cliffside point and let's see if we can see this building a little bit better. Okay, so we're starting to see a little bit. But we might even be able to crank that up a little bit more. And let's see if it pulls some things out. The other thing we can do in this situation is add some light that probably shouldn't exist, but will help define that area a little bit better. So let's head back and let's see what's up. So we can see that this is very backlit from our sun. So there's two things that we can do to get some better lighting. We can add a fill light, which will be a light basically pointing down in this direction. That'll give this a little bit more color. Or we can add a backlight back here that'll help define some of these corners. So let's try both. I'm going to place a spotlight. Let's play around with the setting to see what we can do. So I'm going to play around with this a little bit more. But one thing that we want to make sure to do is, because this light is kind of an artificial way for us to make it draw attention to this building, I'm going to turn the shadows off because we don't want to see any shadows that would really make it seem very artificial. And we can start to see that building a little bit better. The other thing we can do to kind of pull this stuff out is to play around with the atmosphere effects, because right now there is quite a dramatic atmosphere. So we can pull some of that particulate out of the air and make it a little clearer to look at. But at the moment, that's looking okay. We can play with color a little later on too. So next, what I'd like to do is step back inside the building, and we're going to add some lights for gameplay. So these are lights that are not necessarily showing off a critical path, but are showing places in the world that we might want to draw attention to for the player. So in this instance, I know that in the game, one of these barrels over here is going to contain something that a player might want to have. So in this instance, I'm going to draw a little bit of attention to this area back here, create a little bit more contrast, so the player is drawn towards there, and we'll check out those barrels. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to step back here. I'm going to turn to unlit mode so I can see what I'm doing. And I'm going to place a light not on the barrels themselves, but I'm going to place a light casting upwards against this wall. And we're going to see what that looks like. Now at the moment, that light is pretty dramatic. So let's see if we could turn that down a little bit and get a more subtle effect. Okay, so we have this light turned down pretty low with the fairly broad radius on our attenuate, are fairly short, so it's not casting too far up the wall, but fairly broad against the wall. So that's just a very small detail that will help draw attention to that corner of the room and let the player know there might be something interesting going on over there. Playing in the game, that might even be too much. But that's where the fun comes in, really tweaking these lights, seeing if you can get something really dramatic and cool looking. So to review, lighting is a 3 or 4 stage process. The first one being making sure that you've got light across the entire level. In this case, we're using the BP Light Studio here to help us define our sunlight. The next pass is working through the critical path, making sure that everything that needs to be seen in order to progress through the level can be seen. So in this case, we've got the fireplace, which will lead us off to this space, which has the outdoor space. Once we're through the outdoor space, we see that high contrast abbey. And as the player progresses down through here, they can still see the abbey. They have that nice pathway of the river leading us through. And then there's this also a secondary destination over there. The next passes are to let the player know any additional gameplay that they might find and any sort of mood lighting that you want to add. But again, as a level designer, your job is to make sure that something can be disposable if need be, and to nail down the gameplay as much as possible. Then the environment designers will then go in and really make this look really nice.
Welcome back. So at this point, you've made your level, you've play tested your level and collated all the responses together and iterated on your level based upon those responses. And hopefully you've had a chance to play test again to see how well those changes worked. Now, at this point in our course, we need to be able to reflect on our process. We need to be able to figure out what worked really well, what didn't work well, what was surprising, what did you learn from your playtest, and be able to respond to that in an informed and logical and responsive way. Now, this work is critical for level design because it is a highly iterative process. You'll never get your level design exactly right in the first go, especially as a new designer. And being able to improve upon the level with confidence takes asking for that feedback from your playtesters, because otherwise you won't know for sure whether the changes that you're making are actually the right changes to make. Now, having said that, ultimately you are the level designer, and that means you get to choose which pieces of feedback you're going to draw upon. There may be some pieces of feedback that really don't make any sense in terms of what you're doing, or the types of players that you have might not exactly fit with the type of game that you're making. And it's perfectly fine to say, you know what, I'm going to stick to my original design because my gut, my intuition says that this is the right way to go. And I'm going to keep trying and keep focusing on that and keep testing to see if I'll eventually nail it. And as long as you can justify those decisions, absolutely go for it. So level design is collaborative in terms of working with a bunch of people on your team, and collaborative in terms of making sure that you're getting playtest information from your players. But it's not designed by committee. That's a dangerous pit to fall into. Make sure that you have your design and you have your intention for your designs, and you're aiming for that exactly. So to make sure your project works, you have to be able to justify the decisions that you're making. And be that from external playtesting, be that from your own research, whatever it is, just get it down for this project. Make sure that it seems reasonable and that all of your decisions are justified. Okay, good luck.
Okay, welcome back. This course has been about Unreal Editor, but I would be remiss without mentioning Unreal Editor for Fortnite, especially as a tool for level design, because it is a fantastic tool for level design for 3 different reasons. The first reason is that the game is built into the editor itself. Everybody knows Fortnite. It's a clearly well-defined game, and the types of game modes that are available are quite straightforward and a whole lot of fun. Secondly, it comes with these amazing assets already built in. So while you can use a lot of the tools that we've discussed in this course, you can also have access to all of the assets in the editor that are all professionally designed and can make your level just look amazing. Thirdly, even though it is Unreal Editor for Fortnite, and you can make Fortnite-based games, you could also make games that really stretch the format and game design of what Fortnite can do. You can do capture the flag, you can do all sorts of stuff with it. And that's an amazing strength. Lastly, the cherry on top is that you have access to hundreds of thousands of people who might potentially play test or just play your game in general, your level. By being able to publish to Fortnite as a creator island, you can have people all around the world try out your game. And that's amazing. And you can get some cool feedback. There's some awesome metrics that you can build into it to see how well your level is performing. It's a really fantastic tool, especially to start learning how to do level design. So I want to take a couple minutes just to show you a couple of the cool things about Unreal Editor for Fortnite. First off, Unreal Editor for Fortnite is not part of the Unreal Engine in your launcher. It's in the store itself. So you have to click on the Store tab, search for Unreal Editor for Fortnite, and then you could download it for free. Then when you want to start it, you click over here like you would be playing a game itself. Next, in Unreal Editor for Fortnite, all of the controls are still Unreal, like you're still using all of the same hotkeys that you would for Unreal. You're placing objects, you have the outliner here, you've got details here, you can place actors, but there are some limitations. You don't have access to all the tools you might want to use, but the benefits outweigh some of those limitations. So you can put together a really cool looking level very, very quickly using all of the assets that you'll find in the content drawer under Fortnite. There's a ton of stuff here. You've got consumables, effects, environment, foliage, landscape, like just an amazing amount of props, all categorized by the environment or the biome. And they all very neatly snap to the Fortnite grid. So everything is nice and tight. Now, what I find to be the really cool thing about Unreal Editor for Fortnite are these things called devices. And devices are in your content browser under Fortnite under the Devices tab. And there's a bunch of different devices in here. And what these devices do is that they change your gameplay. Starting off with island settings, which allows you to change the fundamental behavior of the island itself, You can also start creating logic, where you might have inputs, buttons, prop manipulators, switches, timed objectives. You can change gameplay with teleporters, barriers, mutators, change physics, change the way the system operates, and create compelling UI. There's an amazing amount of stuff that you can do with these devices. And they all operate on a broadcast observer paradigm, which is this idea that each individual device might broadcast information. So, for example, this is a switch, an in-game switch. When a player toggles the state, you can add elements here that will notify other devices in your project when that switch gets hit. So it broadcasts information, and then you could have things like doors pay attention to that information and behave accordingly. So the door might open or close, a barrier might start or stop, a cinematic sequence might start, but each individual device is encapsulated, is contained within itself, which makes putting these devices in your level really super easy and connecting them up and making some really, really cool things happen within your level. Now, playing your game gets a little bit more complicated. You do have to click this button up here to launch a session, which opens up an instance of Fortnite playing on your computer. It then loads your level into that instance of Fortnite, and you can play the game. Now, there's two extra benefits that you get from this paradigm. Firstly, because it attaches to Fortnite Creative, it means that other people on other platforms can also join your game and also help to edit your game, which is super cool. So you can have someone on their Xbox who can also jump in and edit your level with you. In order to facilitate that collaboration to happen, you have built-in revision control, which is down here, which allows you to maintain one central truth to your level so that if other people do contribute, you're able to pick and choose whether their contributions are actually added to your level. Lastly, Unreal Editor for Fortnite is Unreal, so you can, again, use a lot of the tools that you've learned in all of these courses, but it also means that you can get your level design out into the world really, really fast and in front of a lot of people, which is a great way to start building your level design portfolio. So check it out. There's a lot of information and tutorials on the Epic Developer Community website, and have fun with it.